All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've had enough of a break, more than 30 minutes. It's a new definition to 30 minutes.
Double.
We're recreating definitions. So, no, if I can call this consultation back into order. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank my colleague MPs, Honorable Hermanto Baining Jr. of Kokopo Open, the Honorable Lohia Boy Samuel, Mosby North West. We'll be joined by Honorable Ricky Morris from the Alotau Open District in hopefully next couple of minutes, or as this conference ensues. But I'd like to call upon, pushing on with the program in the interest of time, I'd like to call upon the Office of Environment, Law and Community Rights, Mr. Jonathan Tolimu, Mrs. Evelyn Wohinangu, Principal Lawyer, Center for Environmental Law and Community Rights, Mr. Dambis Kaip, Director Policy and Planning for the PNG Forest Authority, Mr. Robbie Lalo, Manager Forest Acquisition, PNG Forest Authority, Mr. Jude Tukulia, Managing Director, Conservation and Environment Protection Authority, and I'll also call upon Mr. Paul Barker, Executive Director, Internal Institute of National Affairs. If you've heard your name, be so kind to grace us with your presence. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you, lady and gentlemen. If it will please this forum, I'd like to start this segment of our hearings with Mr. Paul Barker, and then we'll take our cue from Mr. Barker and reserve any questions, or we'll try to get through. If there's any matters that we will like to get more views on, we'll stop and ask, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. I also have with me Flora Carruthers, who's a colleague of mine in the INA and who's done a lot of work in this area, investigating some of the options and challenges. So I hear you've been having some very good sessions up till now and some very good feedback from different participants. So I'm sorry I've missed that, but I'm looking forward to seeing the proceeds. Land is obviously a major challenge. It's the major resource that the communities have, and of course PNG, along with other Pacific islands, has the majority of their land in customary title. And of course that enables people to have access to their forestry, their fisheries, their agricultural and other needs for subsistence and cash crops. And of course, of the 3%, or whatever the figure is now, that was in effectively state land, of course, that was largely plantation land and urban land in the past. As my colleague Graham Ainui from East New Britain used to say, I don't know what Queen Emma had. Us Tolais look after our land and very committed to our land, but I don't know what Queen Emma had over her. She managed to persuade us to give up, thousands of hectares of land to become her plantations over in the Gazelle and the Duke of York's. But of course, the plantations, the overseas owned plantations, basically ceased in the, you had the plantation redistribution scheme in the 1970s. Most of them became locally owned, not all of them. So in the plantation sector, we've largely moved now entirely, except in oil palm, to smallholder agriculture. And we often hear that land is the big constraint on agricultural development, access to titled land, and yet the production that we had under the entire production that we had under plantations and smallholders in the earlier days was replaced by smallholder agriculture. So smallholder agriculture can be very productive. Yields tend to be lower than in the estate sector, but it's not really the land title that's the constraint. We know that village agriculture, horticulture can be highly productive. If you look at the hills of Chimbu and elsewhere, the land is being very intensively cultivated. And of course, when it comes to tree crops, the yields are relatively low, but the constraint is largely transport, roads, access to effective marketing services, agricultural research, and access to suitable planting material, extension. It's not really the land issues. So one doesn't really need to convert the land into estate land to actually be able to be producing. Yes, it is the agro-nucleus model of partnership is a good one, where you have either a cooperative type entity or a larger estate that is setting a bit of a role model in terms of standards, in providing planting material and supporting often in terms of marketing the outgrowers. Now that's obviously the model that's used in the oil palm sector, which is for the most part on estate land, although Hagi in West New Britain is 60-40, so 40% of their production is coming out of smallholders. But for the other crops, yes, there are one or two estates still functioning, but by and large it's smallholder. The partnership is there in agro-nucleus model, does work in coffee and even in fresh produce. Up in Hagen, you get Tininga setting standards and helping provide the marketing capability to support the smaller farmers in the whole district. But yeah, it's setting that marketing system, that extension system. A lot of those are government functions or with the statutory authorities, and it's land itself isn't the constraint. Obviously, with extension, you can get higher yields and so on. We did introduce years gone by in the late 70s, early 80s, because of lack of access to capital, a mechanism was used for 20-hectare estates. So they used the mechanism when you had the plantation redistribution scheme. So the local landowners became the landowners or bought out those plantations, but they didn't have the management experience. So we had a number of schemes to try and support in the management, National Plantation Management Agency, NPMA, and some private operators. So that was a mechanism to support, and of course it charged money, but then smaller farmers wanted opportunities for this, so we had the 20-hectare scheme, and they used basically the SABL mechanism to have these lease-back arrangement mechanisms. So it was to try and borrow money. So the World Bank and others were lending money to the state, which was lending it on to the Ag Bank or Development Bank, which was lending to the farmers, and they had that little bit of title. Well, since those days, of course, land title in agriculture has sort of by and large gone out of the window, because in Bougainville, all the estates were effectively forfeited in the conflict period. But then in other parts of the country, in Wagimek and the estates in other parts, also were substantially, not all, but substantially forfeited. So we know that the state doesn't really uphold the land title even in the estate sector. So if the smallholders feel the need to actually convert to estates to be able to borrow money, well, by and large they're misguided, because those loans that were being provided, really, with Bougainville, volcanic eruptions in East New Britain, loss of land in the highlands, all the banks basically steered clear of agriculture. So you could get it for short-term loans for trading, but actually for agricultural development, you weren't getting it. So the smallholders, if they want to do a development, they don't, because they want to secure finance, well, that's not really going to work. So we know that there's a strong demand by smallholders to be able to access finance, but as that's one of the reasons that is expressed. But as I say, although we've worked on that mechanism so when it came to the late 1990s, earlier on, you saw the land mobilization program in the 1990s, which was pretty unpopular. There were demonstrations against it. It was sometimes misguided. It was felt that the World Bank and other parties were wanting to take the land. Of course, that wasn't actually the case, but it demonstrated the strong fear of customary landowners to forfeit their land. So when in the early 2000s, then there was more pressure. We do need development opportunities, so we're going to have to sort of have some formalized land arrangements. And so the National Land Task Force was set up after a summit in 2005, and the INA was participating in that together with NRI and certainly wide consultations. Some of the first things people were saying were, please don't actually touch the customary land, because look, the state is not responsible when it's dealing with the formal land. You could say that over the years there could have been commissions of inquiry into lands and malpractice, because over the years, to be frank, there were a lot of people in lands ministry portfolios and lands department positions who made themselves a lot of money out of transacting land for their own benefit or for other people's benefit, one way or another. Land has been extensively abused, and that's state land. So customary landowners were understandably very reticent to put the control over their land into the hands of any officials at any levels. But nevertheless, the National Land Task Force did review the situation to do with customary land and looked at opportunities, and it looked at the different mechanisms that were availing. And of course, the ILG model was the one that was pursued, and that was the model, of course, that first was, although it's legislation going back to the 70s, and it was the legislation that was used for the petroleum sector and then was used for the forestry sector. And it was a strange one, because the ILG mechanism, it was like a football. Is an ILG a business entity or is it a land entity? So it flowed between what is now IPA, Registrar of Companies Office, and the Lands Office. Neither of them really, so they pushed it off to each other. And the Lands Office, for a long time, they just had one part-time person dealing with all the ILGs. There were not very many of them. They suddenly started multiplying, of course, when that was the mechanism for petroleum, and then when it became the mechanism for forestry. And forestry, and our colleagues here will be able to give more details on that. They were actually having to do much of the work in verifying the land title for ILGs in forestry. The Lands Department itself wasn't really doing that, and Forestry didn't feel it was their job, but under the Act they had to do it because they had to be able to verify who they were dealing with when it came to FMAs. But the Lands Department then started putting on some more contingency or some more capability, but it was very, very marginal capability to handle this. So out of the that National Land Task Force, you did get the Magisterial Service agreed to have a deputy magistrate, a chief magistrate, to handle cases that came up, and late Josepha Kiris was particularly focused on that, and late Dr. Calano, Professor Calano, he was working on that with the task force. So, but nevertheless, there was quite a bit of discussion at that time. Is this having identifying your land group under an ILG and then maybe registering a portion of your land for a development? Is that actually going to give you a title? And we had some fairly heated debates. I recall one with Charles Yala from NRI at the time, with late Peter Donigi, with Peter Donigi saying, well, I can tell you that the banks will not recognize it as title, so it's not going to actually advance you a lot. It may give you a feeling of recognition of your title. So that's, NRI has done a lot more work, and Logia, I think, was talking earlier today. I would like to hear what she said, but from NRI. But clearly there have been different efforts to advance that. But I'd say you've got this split. You've got the rural areas where you do want some opportunities. Obviously in oil palm, you do have to be able to identify. You've got estates there. There are some estates in some of the other sectors. You want to ensure the safeguarding of those estates. The government is talking about trying to acquire large new estates, but as Pataisa Hombanaka, a very experienced agriculturalist, told a recent agricultural forum in Leh, I can assure you that you may be setting up in government many different authorities for grain, authorities for spices, for livestock, for oil palm and so on. But I can assure you that there are no farmers sitting there waiting to hand over very large areas of their land to these authorities to develop very large acreages by someone else. Farmers want to do their own thing with their own land. They've learnt the lessons. They want to be able to do multi-cropping. This year the cocoa price is high, the coffee price is high. Another year they may be low, and the vanilla price is high. So you want to be able to balance, and you want to make decisions on your own land. And so handing over enormous areas, and some of that is quite naive as well. Some of those enormous areas that are being talked about, for example, under special economic zones, are so infertile that you would have to pump in so much nutrients, which you would have to ship in from somewhere or other, in terms of limestone, boron, whatever it is, the nutrients. Very unrealistic. We do have some highly fertile parts in PNG. Gazelle is one of them, some of the volcanic ash areas. We get middle fertile places, pretty good in the highlands and elsewhere. But you also, large areas of the country are not highly fertile. A lot of forested land has fertility just so long as the forestry is being harvested on a constant basis, or is allowing the nutrition to go. But you clear it and then plant it up to agriculture, and it's not really going to maintain high levels of yield. So, but you've got the issues to do with rural areas where by and large the customary land tenure system functions fairly well, in terms of not being a constraint to agriculture. Other issues are the constraints to agriculture. There are things that can be done to improve opportunities there, and there are some very good little innovations that are being done, for example, by a group in Madang, where they're all linking up on telecommunication systems, mobile banking systems, certification systems and being able to tap into global markets through these different mechanisms. Obviously, the other side is the whole customary land areas and the urban areas and the peri-urban areas. And here you've got a phenomena that's happened all around the world, which is urbanization. It happened in PNG later than many other countries in a way, but we're seeing large urbanization, and that's not going to stop. Some people would like to say it should stop. People should go home to their home provinces and so on. But for many of the people who've moved to the urban areas, their home provinces are the cities of PNG, whether it's NCD or Leh.
Mr. Bach, I want to interrupt you at that, for a moment. You triggered a thought, and I wanted to just take you back to your earlier comments on these mass plantations, example in the New Guinea Islands and other parts of Papua New Guinea, where, correct me where if I step out, but if that land was made available or formalized in some kind of way for plantation use, can you just state again how that was done?
Okay, well, you got the ones which were the colonial era plantations. Yes. So going back to really the 19th century and early 20th century, largely coconut and rubber plantations. Coconuts in many parts, but rubber also, particularly in the southern region, the Papuan region. A lot of that was rubber plantations, but there are rubber plantations in the northern parts of...
Who were those plantations owned by?
They became owned by entities like the German New Guinea Company, the British New Guinea Company, which became Galley Reach, was sort of set up under that, but they had the Koitaki plantations and places like that. But many of them were people from different parts of the world, mostly Germany, Australia, who set up plantations in the Gazelle, in East New Britain, and other parts.
Okay, so what happened to the indigenous landowners? How were they? What was the arrangements, if you like?
Well, I mean, from what I'm seeing, there were transactions that were made, so there was a legitimacy to the transactions. You would be able to argue that later on, the transactions of knives, tobacco, or whatever was transacted might not be what in current days terms would be that valuable, but there were transactions and documentation did occur.
And the landowners, they received the access.
They received whatever those token items were, or I mean, presumably they wanted those particular items at the time. But yeah, you would certainly, in hindsight, you'd say that wasn't a great deal. But yeah.
Do you think there's therefore a proposition for some kind of restoration or retribution in the context of compensation or equitable completion of those transactions?
Well, of course, many of those blocks of land have been returned to the landowners since then. So nearly all the ones in East New Britain have been returned. Many of the others, but some of them haven't been, as they remain in. And then you also have the subsequent acquisitions, which occurred in the post-colonial time. So all the oil palm estates were acquired from the 1960s, when oil palm was deemed to be a good crop, and that was also designed as a mechanism for both economic development, but together with settlement schemes. So you had settlement schemes that happened in Central Province, down in Cape Rodney area, and you had the settlement schemes in West New Britain, in Oro. The other provinces were largely not. They became estates, but not settlement schemes. And those settlement schemes were, they worked on the basis that these are highly fertile places people were going to go to, and they were going to come in from the highlands, from Sepik and various places, settle there, and be able to have productive activities. But of course, it works on the basis of a generation or two. But if now we're several generations down the track, the population has reached the limit in many of those areas, long since reached a limit. So you've got, they were 6 hectare blocks. The idea was 4 hectares of agriculture, of oil palm, and 2 hectares for food gardens. Well, when you've got multi-generations of people living on that block of land, you know, it's really hard to sustain them. So obviously the ones who performed very well, they got good incomes, got good yields, got good incomes. Their kids went educated, got jobs here, there, and everywhere. Others didn't perform so well, but people still sometimes talk about resettlement. People I hear talk about, for example, in the highlands, we could resettle from the highlands down to the Karamui area. And no, there's a population in the Karamui area of 30,000 plus people. They want all their land of their own. They certainly don't want large inroads of people coming in from outside, because otherwise you're creating problems for the future. So that's a big challenge. So since then, of course, you've had, under the SABLs, you've had large areas that were, you know, ostensibly acquired for agriculture. In many cases, that was just a logging project in disguise. In some areas, under the SABLs and the FCAs, they did establish oil palm. And some of them, it wasn't really a genuine oil palm development, because they didn't invest in a mill or anything, so you just got oil palm trees, but not actually the capacity to process. In other areas, their yields are very low in parts of East New Britain, very low on unsuitable land, limestone, steep slopes, and so on. Some of them are trying to make a go of it. No. There are ongoing cases where the customary landowners are understandably challenging how that land sort of was taken out of their ownership, or it's not taken out of their ownership because technically it's still in their ownership. But
no, Mr. Barker, thank you. But at this point, and you know, we're limited by time. But do you have any? Would you be so kind to any submissions or papers you'd like to submit to the committee?
We can put something together. We haven't got it.
It sounds like, you know, you've got years of a repository of information you'd like to share. And one sitting in an afternoon will not do justice to the thought and the information you're going to share. But if you can submit to the committee electronic form or to that email address provided, we'll come back to address many of those issues through the committee process. But I'm going to hold your thought there for a moment. I think we should hear from Mr. Jude Tukulia and then come back this way, if that's okay. We'll try to limit our presentations to something like 10 minutes if you like, and we can engage and we move on. Is that okay? Thank you. Your time starts now. Now.
Thank you, Chairman and the committee members. I am Stanley Lewan, Procurement Manager for Environment Conservation Protection Authority, stepping in for Mr. Jude Tukulia, Managing Director.
Sorry, what's your name again?
Stanley Lewan, Procurement Manager for Environment Conservation Protection Authority.
Okay, Mr. Lewan.
I would like to emphasize on our recently passed Protected Area Act 2024 can help local landowners preserve and protect their land sustainably. The Protected Area Act 2004 can benefit local landowners in Papua New Guinea by providing a framework for formalizing their involvement in protecting area management and benefit sharing. It establishes mechanisms for customary landowners to be engaged in the process, including the development of conservation and benefit sharing agreements. This ensures that landowners have a voice in decisions about their land and can directly benefit from conservation efforts. Here is how the Act specifically helps. Point number 1, formal recognition and involvement. The Act recognizes the customary ownership of land in Papua New Guinea and emphasizes the importance of involving landowners in the establishment and engagement of protected areas. It mandates conservation and benefit sharing agreements with customary landowners for all protected areas, formalizing their role and outlining how they will benefit from conservation activities. It ensures that landowners have a say in how their land is managed and that they receive a fair share of any benefits derived from the protected area. Point number 2, alternative livelihoods. The Act recognizes the importance of providing alternative livelihoods for forest-dependent communities. It would involve supporting sustainable resource management practices, ecotourism initiatives, or other income-generating activities that are compatible with conservation goals. Point number 3, strengthening landowner rights. By providing legal framework for protected areas and benefit sharing, the Act strengthens the rights of customary landowners to protect their land and resources. It emphasizes landowners to participate in decision-making process related to their land and the benefit from conservation efforts. Point number 4 is the improved governance. The Act provides collaborative governance of protected areas involving government at all levels, customary landowners, and other stakeholders. This ensures that management decisions are made in transparent and accountable manner, taking into account the needs and priorities of all stakeholders. In essence, the Protected Area Act 2024 provides a pathway for customary landowners in Papua New Guinea to actively participate in conservation benefit from the processes and have their rights recognized and protected. The key challenges to the implementation of this Act. The main challenge for successful implementation of this Act is the financial constraint. SEPA is inadequately funded to successfully implement this Act and protect much of the areas to be protected. Number 2 challenge is the requirements of ILG. Integrated land groups are becoming impediments. In order for an area to be gazetted or protected as protected area, the landowners must all have formally registered ILGs. And that is the requirement from the government. And the impediments are when we try to register them and involve with the registration of the ILGs. One is the NID, which is not adequately acquired, birth certificates, which is becoming very impediment. And the other one, very expensive exercise, is the surveying and mapping of the areas to be protected. And the other one is also the high illiteracy rate, which makes it also become impediment for the locals to understand the importance of registration of ILGs, which are not adequately addressed to date. I think a way forward is for the government to provide adequate funding and facilitate above requirements for ILGs to be registered so that we can smoothly protect as many areas as possible. And the introduction of this Act has given us the mandate to protect many areas as possible, but then these shortcomings have been identified and the government could find a way forward to facilitate those ones so that we can protect as much area as possible to minimize illegal mining, illegal logging, and other activities. And once the area is protected, the landowners have the right to benefit from the other spin-off benefits in the land. So I think those are some of the challenges and way forward as discussed. So due to the limited funding, I will stop here. Thank you very much, Chair. And
thank you, Mr. Levin. Thank you very much for that brief but informative. Now, Mr. Levin, I want to ask you a question. 2 questions actually. One is this: the Protected Areas Act and Conservation Act. Does it relate to any particular land space, or like are there limitations as to how many hectares it can cover at any one time per landowning unit, or how does it work?
Thank you, Chair. As long as there is no limitation to any hectares or specifics, as long as we identify the land as the potential, especially we found it is culturally secret site, or the land has got a special species of bird or other animals like that, and the landowners agree that we protect theirs, we protect that, we gazette that, and then we try to vet it, start the process of protecting it through
Thank
the
you.
high LGs.
So it's intended for monetizing sequestered areas, correct?
Sure, but not primarily for monetizing, but then when we protect, I mean, there are some spin-off benefits like engagement of rangers, that those areas, those people who are looking after the areas, we have to fund them through other means, and also ecotourism. Like, for example, if an area has got a special bed and a special animal, then the tourists and other interested scientists can come and do research and all this. In this way, they can generate some income. And the main idea is for them for us to protect their land, and they themselves will benefit. And for us, we don't buy. We specifically ask the landowners to voluntarily ask us to protect their land, and then when we see the potential and when we liaise with them and they say yes, we protect. We only protect, and the land belongs to the landowners.
Thank you. So under this act you're referring to, the landowning unit, what is the accepted landowning unit or entity, legal entity that is recognized by this legislation you refer to?
First one is the ILG. As long as a land is registered, I mean the clan is registered, and they are recognized as rightful landowners through registered ILGs, we go and do start the process of protecting it. And so far we have 57 existing protected areas. Before the introduction of the Act, those are in place. But then the government has advised us to protect as much as possible. And also we have got a carbon trading which is coming up. So when we protect, we have to plant more trees. Those grasslands, we are encouraging them through the tree planting project to plant more trees and make sure that we preserve more and make sure that the land look greener. So that will benefit the landowners themselves and the generation coming.
Do you have a landowner or ILG vetting process under this legislation?
No. The landowners, we help facilitate. Once the landowners come and they said that they have got a potential area to be protected through the recommendation of our scientists, we liaise with them and we try to help register their land. And that is the main problem that we have.
So it can be anybody. Any ILG can come.
Any ILG come in, as long as they were land whether in the sea or on the land, that net will be protected.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Jude. I think it's a good presentation, but the issue here regarding the landowners, and I'll be talking according to the past experience. And for some provinces that are now into balsa industry, let's put balsa as an example. Now the landowners, we just raise an issue with the lands department that most of the ILGs, of course, yes, I'm part of the clan and the ILG within the community. But if it's not recognized by the clan in the community, then for such activities that will come in, with the title and ILGs or whatever, we can trigger out development. But our main issue is the environmental effect. Now you are saying that we can, through that ILG, that landowner group or clan or whatever, they've got every right. But if you are talking about the upstream, what about the downstream, man? Is there any law that can protect them? Or is it going to be like yes, and you can go and do fishing or whatever? At the end of the day, we're killing up our fish. We will be, doing whatever activities that can contribute into the environmental effect. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. There's section 73 of the Protected Area Bill. Section 73 of the Protected Area Bill says a person who willfully damages an environment, like you said, they can be fined up to 50,000 kina, and a corporate
Chairman,
companies.
thank you. I have to interrupt you again. for compensation, it's okay, but you know, if the impact, the side effect of that damage, we cannot compensate that. You know, killing the bulk of the population that will be living at the downstream. So that is something that must be considered. That for any decision that yes or approval of permit or whatever must be consulted through the community. That's my question.
That is why this act has been long outstanding. They have not passed it, and just last year they have passed it. So now yes, it is given that it for the Environment Conservation Protection Authority to conserve and make sure that those whoever damages the environment without the notice of the landowners and other stakeholders, they will be fined. And a single person can be fined 50,000 kina, and a corporate or entity can be fined 100,000 kina. That means that is giving them, putting a strict restriction for them to illegally enter any environment to do any development activities. So they must all follow the due processes. So this is, yeah. Thank you, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Lewin. I was going to ask you earlier, but I think you kind of answered that question on ILGs. Do you, from the top of your head, do you have a indication how many ILGs the CEPA deals with, or is currently dealing with in relation to those 57 conservation areas?
On record, I'll check and advise, but currently that our Act 2004 Friday is inactive, and we are trying to now during the work plan, and we are the work in progress. Now we are starting. The Act was passed last year, so we are starting with it. So going forward, we'll advise them.
In your work, do you come across disputes as to, I'm the right person, this is my area, not them? Do you have that situation in your daily work?
Sure.
Like people just front up and say, no, we are the right landowners, not them. Is that a common occurrence?
In many occasions, we have faced it a lot. That's why when we want to protect areas, we want to identify the right landowners. That's why we are liaising with the landowners to come up with a hierarchy, because when we deal with other landowners, come the other day, the next day they come to office and we are the true landowners. Then people come get other lot of, we have identified 3 to 4 group of landowners from the same area claiming to be the landowners. That's why ILG is very important, and government must come up with a way forward so that how can we help the landowners identify to know who are the true landowners through the registration of the ILG.
Yes. So. Thank you, Mr. Lewin. I think on that note, we'll hold that thought for a moment, and we'll move on to our
thank you, Jim.
Friends with the Forest Authority, Mr. Damvis Kaip and Mr. Rabi Lalu. Mr. Kaip.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Chair Kidhiru, and Committee Member Erman Tobani, and panel members, as well as the audience. The forestry sector is, is one of the sectors that has been in existence for a long time. Over the last 80, 90 years of these during the colonial times, as well as now. It is one of the major sector and the main sector that brings about the rural development, particularly in the rural areas, and of course to the main purpose of the government of Papua New Guinea. Now, it is a big sector, and that is why we sort of help all our infrastructures big in all the provinces of Papua New Guinea. And of course, the forest cover of Papua New Guinea is almost 70-80% of the total forest resource, of the total land in this country. Given that, let me take you back to history. What were the legislations that governed forestry in those days back in the colonial days, as up to now? Because the things that we are doing now is carry over from those previous legislation. Back in the colonial days, we had these 2 territories, Papua and New Guinea. And Papua has had its own forestry ordinance, as well as the Guinea territory at its own forestry ordinance. When Papua New Guinea got independence and on independence, the both laws were sort of amalgamated, and it was called the Forestry Act, Chapter 216, amalgamated. So one of the main emphasis of that law was that establishment of national forests as well as reserve trees. The other and important one is the licensing and permitting of forest concession areas. And the more important one relevant to our discussion here is that the timber rights purchase, acquisition of timber rights purchase from customary owners. The way it was done in those days, and which was a carryover to the pre-independence, was that it is a very, very daunting task, a very long process, where careful assessment, genealogical collection, preliminary investigation, looking at areas of the histories of a particular clan. All these things were done to ensure that the rightful landowners were identified to sign and what we call sign the timber rights purchase agreement. So there's been thorough work done in those areas. And the persons that who actually took lead in each of the respective clans or group was the clan agents. They became the mouthpiece of the particular group. So when the forest area was allocated in accordance with the provisions of the law and the royalties were given, then they paid to the clan agent, and then the clan agent then in turn distributed to the rightful landowners according to customary arrangements. So that was what happened. And then the other act that was in force also during the colonial times was the Forestry Private Dealings Act in 1971. And I think the government, colonial government at that time, and then of course I think many of our own Papua New Guinea leaders were also coming up at that time, and they knew very well that independence was imminent. So they had to come with this Forestry Private Dealings Act. And I think they were trying to give empowerment to our people, landowners, so that they can be able to do their own business using the forest resource that they have. So that gave rise to the enactment of the Forestry Private Dealings Act that I referred to earlier on. In this, what happened was that much of there was no formal regulations in terms of monitoring and intervention by the government. It was left sort of entirely up to the landowners to deal with the interested developer. So really, it was really not. When you look at it, it was not really fair on the part of the landowners, because how people of that time, many of them were not educated. Business is business, and they must understand the business know-how. So that actually. Many of the companies took control of the forestry sector, and then that gave rise to the Barrage Inquiry that was held in the late or mid 1980s, and then it gave rise to the outcome of the Barrage Inquiry was of course the establishment of the PNG Forest Authority, the forest policy, and then the Forestry Act. So under the Forestry Act now, which is the current Forestry Act 1991 that we are currently using, instead of the timber rights purchase, we use the Forest Management Agreement. It is sort of a modified version of the timber rights purchase, but there's more emphasis on sustainable forest management, giving recognition to the landowners, and then identify the real legitimate landowners. And that is where we start using the incorporation of land group, which Paul Bakker was alluding to earlier on. That's where the ILG came in. So it was a good idea because it gave recognition to the landowners that they own a land. I mean, like you and I, most of us sitting here, we own land through customary arrangement. But I guess by law, that we're not sort of recognized. So we must have a standing by having an ILG, and what we are telling to the business houses or others is that we have a land there. So that is through the ILG. And I think one of the issues that I think that came up, and with the chair you have already alluded to in the morning session, is that ILGs, if properly documented and done, then it would really, really sort of serve the purpose. But one of the things that from my own experience in the field is that you go to a community and then you do awareness and then try to do ILG, helping the landowners and all that. There's the custom there. Some people may not speak out in a village meeting, and that is a problem. So when you go, later on they will probably come and say that, no, that guy was not a real landowner. He's a sort of a outside man that came, he's looking at something else. So those are the challenges that we face in the villages or in the communities. So the challenge is sort of really on the landowners. They need to tell the government officers, like land officers or forest officers or any or agriculture officers, any government officers that wanted to help assist the landowners to do their ILGs, to move forward and get recognition of their land, to do development. It is on there, incumbent on them to tell government officers the right thing. But like I said, there are cultural barriers. So I don't know how we can handle it. It's something that for a committee and the rest of us to know about that.
Just on the question of the regime change between the old, under the old Forestry Act, which governed the TRPs and timber permits, and now under the Forestry Act 1991, you have FMAs and FCAs that arise out of that. What's from your observation, what's the proportions of current logging activities under the old regime and now the new regime? Give us an indication.
Well, I think let me take you back. I think the rise in development of the forestry took place when there was high demand of timber in the nation market, in the early 80s, and then on to the mid 80s, and then on to early 90s and all that. So the increase in forestry activities actually risen. So and then in the recent times when the export tax was sort of increased, there was sort of sliding down in the level of forest exploitation, and of course the issues about climate change that came into force and all that. So I guess that is one of the other things, is that there are also other external forces. External forces like...
no, sorry, Mr. Pipe. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask you again. What is, in your mind, the proportion for those timber TRPs and FCAs and FMAs?
Okay. The proportion
TRPs phasing out, or are they still renewed?
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't get you correctly. The TRPs are phasing out because they were quite under the old legislation. As long as the TRP period is currently saved under Section 137, and then once it is expired, it dies out. So we see that there's a still existing resource that we acquire under the FMA process.
Thank you. Now, so the next question as a result of that is this: what practical or social and financial challenges does the PNGFA face in conducting, landowner awareness or accurately identifying landowners? Because I would imagine, in the case of a TRP, for instance, it would have might have expired, and you extinguish it, and then you put the same area, which would still have reserve, put out for to be encapsulated under an FMA or FCA. In which case, you have landowners to deal with, correct?
Yeah.
When you are dealing with landowners, does the forestry sector have a vetting process, and if so, how do you do that? Or how do you engage in that process?
Yes, we do have a vetting process. I think I'll ask my manager acquisition, who's heavily involved in that. So I'll ask Mr. Rabi Lalo to give sort of a brief report to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just elaborate on what Mr. Kuipers and also committee member member for Kokopo. Actually, my duty under my branch is to look after the FMA TRP expire, and the other concept is the local forest area, as mentioned by Mr. Kaip, is the dealing between the landowners and the developer, and also TRP deals with that under the whole act, but under the FMA concept, forestry, the government, as under the forestry, as represents the states, plays the main role in regulating all the forestry activity. So, according to data available from PNGFA, the TRP projects, most have expired, about 198. Currently, we have only 29 existing because of their expiry date. Most were given under 40-year term during the 1941 until now. So over 84-year period. PNGFA have been operating on a 10.9 million hectares of customary land currently operating. So, and under the new concept, forest management agreement, and I want to acknowledge, take this time to acknowledge the chair. He was also a chairman for forestry during the past years, so he knows very well how forestry activities been going on. So thank you, Chair. And also under the FMA concept, it really look at the land use of the forest resource and also the areas that is not forested, and that's where plantation comes in. So the question about clan wetting, we have under the FMA process, we have 34 steps, and clan wetting is part of my branch. We have steps 1 to 5 where I cover until the minister signs off, and their process is lengthy, goes through Provincial Forest Management Committee for each province where forestry activities engage, and then it comes to the National Forest Board for approval, and it goes back like that. So that's where the wetting process goes on. And for customary wetting, we go down, we sleep with the people, do awareness. We really find out who the legitimate landowners are before they sign the consent. And it's a very stringent process, but we have been operating on that. And my branch, we always get clients from landowners every day and almost every week. And that's our duty, to protect the landowners' rights. Through FMA, only the timber rights is granted. The land still belongs to the landowners. So under our record, we have been operating on a 10.6 million hectares, and the forest area in Papua New Guinea is about 36.7 million hectares from the 46 million landmass area. So through the FMA process, it's sustainable, and we are promoting that, and also SEPA, under the agreement between the monitoring of log and harvesting, we have a logging code of practice which been reviewed by JICA, and it's between SEPA and forestry, how to manage the harvesting process. And there's a 10% area in the FMA area allocated for conservation. So that's something internal that we need to talk with SEPA, and I think we can utilize that 10% area for protection. And we have done similar thing in Medeng. If you recall, Midaramu Block 1 FMA, we have a 10% area under Wanang conservation, and they have been utilizing that ever since for research. And Binatang Research Institute is the one facilitating that inside the FMA area. So my experience from doing ILG work is you go down, you sleep with the people, you really identify them, eat with them, and they will tell you the truth. Who's the legitimate landlord? That's from my experience. So To,
Let
to
me
me,
just-
sorry.
Sorry, let me just interrupt you for a second. Just quickly, when you're dealing with ILGs, do you find one clan to one ILG, or sometimes you have combination of clans to an ILG? How does that work?
Thank you. It's a very good question because it varies between different province and also the customs. And there's no area binding to an ILG. Some depend on the language group. We mainly target the language group, but it depends on the area they own. Like in the case of Western Province, one clan owns over 1,000 hectares. So, to me, they qualify for an ILG by themselves because they own a lot of area. In terms of benefit sharing, if we amalgamate all of them, they'll be missing out a lot. So it varies. The answer is it varies.
No, that's a very good reply. I mean, the point of the matter here is that the ILG utilized is almost used for one clan in some cases, combination of clans in other cases. So there's no principal benchmark, is there?
Yeah.
There's no clear demarcation as to legal entity and property. If
Correct. I
loosely
think the lands department will give a better, but from forestry experience, we have been seeing that resource base is the main focus for us.
the resource sits on land.
Yeah. So most clan, individual clan owns a lot. That's why we have to decide how to.
Well, if they own the lot, then it's their
Yes.
entitlement, isn't it?
Correct.
It's their privilege.
Yes. So we give them the
We
IL.
give them that protection. Interesting. I think you've sort of adequately covered a lot of areas. What recommendations, if any, would you say? You think the system is working, or you think there's room for improvement?
I think there's room for improvement. I'll just go through how the LG works with forestry. We are working closely with the NID, Civil Registry, and the Lands Department. When we travel for acquisition work, there's always officers from these two departments following us down to do all these activities. When it comes to land, we let the lands officer talk. They explain, do awareness, and then the NID, because all this process are part of applying for a certificate.
So do the NID officer give out NIDs?
We help fund them to do registration for the birth certificate and also NID.
They do them there and then.
Yeah, we fund the activities.
So what's your experience? Do they register the members of the clan and then very quickly give them an NID?
Yes.
I should have logs in my
Medeng
district.
case, we got 3 projects doing that.
They give them
Yeah.
within a week, 2 weeks.
No, I say months.
Like, no, it's a serious question. Like, how many months is
Six-
the quickest
six-
turnaround?
6.
6 months.
6 months.
They're doing well.
Sorry.
For us, yeah, comparing some other provinces are still waiting almost for
3 years.
4 years, 5 years.
Sorry, Chair, I just explain. There's a mobile team for NID, so we normally focus for those mobile team. They move around with the medical kit, the NID kit. So it's the funding. Funding is the main constraint.
I
So-
agree. You think you would do better if there was a standardized process and they would give these machines and this mobile team, instead of hogging the machine to themselves, give many of these machines to all the districts, and then we just do a standardized registration process, correct? Have you got an NID?
Yes.
You're lucky.
And Chair, I think this is one of the critical department that we should be involved in this.
Agree.
So thank you.
No, thank you for that, Mr. Lalo. You've been very helpful to the inquiry. Have you also found the conflicting situations between the ILG, process and the Forestry Act's intentions or provisions?
Uh, yes, it's to do with the amendment of the HEX. Currently, there's a new amendment in the Land Act, just passed to 2023. It's to do with the ILG. Each ILG has to have a sketch map and also a ILG boundary description. ILG boundary description, not the project area boundary description. It's ILG, and it's very helpful, and we are practicing that now. And recently, there must be signatory from LLG president and ward member, current change. And all these attachment has to go with each ILG application. It's about 7 so far with the new amendment. And currently we are not doing ILG work because of the LLG election, so we just stop, wait for new election. Yeah.
In your work, do you find? So are you confirming that every permit application that comes through PFMC, Provincial Forest Management Authorities committees, have attached to them copies of NIDs of people, physical people belonging to those concession areas?
Just the clan.
That's what I mean, clan.
Clan chairman and vice chairman.
And the members of the clan?
Members, we leave it because a lot of document too. We hold it back.
This goes to free, prior, informed consent.
The documents are attached, but with the other attachment, we hold it back for giving it to Lands Department for processing.
If you were to improve the process, do you think
So.
inclusion of the actual members of a clan would be a good way to do it? So you attach the resource to physical human beings.
That's a good idea. We will take that.
It's a great
into
idea.
Yeah.
It's a great idea.
Well, Chairman, I think it's a great idea
Me too.
because it will be benefiting the old people rather than and picking
Correct.
just for those people that they got the resources.
The executives
Well,
of the
maybe yes.
Six.
ILGs. Do you also find disputes amongst ILGs where Tambu come up, Chairman?
Again, that's it depends a lot. When there's a spokesperson and the rest stays quiet, they always appoint that spokesperson to be the chair.
Is that fair?
It's their decision, so we can't.
No, but
just say.
that's their decision. That's coached into it. But employing empathy.
Correct. We normally do have an saying that we want real landowners to be the chair, to be the vice, but they decide themselves to do that.
So benefits should follow the blood.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, just in addition to it, I think in the ILG, there's a requirement for a dispute settlement authority in the application, and that has got the council ward member, as well as the adjacent group clans. Yeah. So that whenever there's an issue or dispute that comes about, these are the people who sit down to arbitrate and resolve the issue. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kaip. We'll come back to you if some other issues arise, and we'll do that too with Mr. Barker as well. But if you don't mind, can we move on to Mr. Tolumu and Mrs. Boyanangu from CELCO?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this afternoon to present a summary of our views. With me is my colleague Jonathan Tulumu, who represents a sister NGO, which is FORCERT, Forest for Certain, Forest for Life. CELCO, along with FORCERT, are part of a peak body called the PNG Environmental Alliance, and therefore the views that are shared this afternoon reflect the full membership. I will be providing a short summary, of course, as we are pressed with time, and my colleague will share 2 or 3 examples based on what I have presented.
And after you complete, can you submit your
Indeed,
electronic
Chair,
copy?
we will be submitting in due course, not immediately.
Thank you.
The customary land tenure system in Papua New Guinea is globally distinct, as ownership rights are vested in the traditional owners of the land, with only a small portion under the direct control and supervision of the state. This land tenure system continues to remain relevant in the present day, as our identity, source of sustenance, both subsistent and economic, and our culture depends on it. Customary land is the foundation of our rural communities. It promotes social cohesion, a sense of self and community, and makes people strong and self-reliant. The connection we have with our land has been firmly established in our constitution, relevant government policies, and national legislation. Our fifth national goal and directive principle calls for citizens to support our PNG ways, a fair society where resources are shared equitably. Customary land sustains the lives of more than 7 million people and provides jobs for more than 3 million farmers. Our new National Sustainable Land Use Policy, or the NSLUP, recognizes that our rural communities can do their own participatory sustainable land use planning and plan the best use of their land that ensures alignment with sustainable development goals and international standards. If we are to use customary land more effectively by increasing its huge contribution to PNG's economy, the government's focus should be on a basic service delivery to our rural communities and knowledge empowerment on the government policies, legislations, and programs relevant to sustainable land use and livelihood options. Our people need accurate information in order for them to make informed decisions on the usage of their land and its natural resources. It becomes concerning when customary land is registered and becomes freehold land. In most cases, and from our experiences working with communities, allegations of fraud and corruption emerge, causing social conflict amongst landowners, with very few benefiting, and for most, their livelihood bordering on the poverty line. Two classic examples include the Special Agricultural Business Lease, or the SABL arrangement, and the much anticipated one, the Incorporated Land Group process. Generally, we have three recommendations. Number one, the Marape Rosso government to implement NEC Decision 184 of 2014, in particular to repeal the provisions in the Land Act that establish or make reference to the SABL, which are sections 10, 11, and 102, and to revoke all SABLs recommended by the two Commission of Inquiry reports. In addition to this, the final report of the Lands Minister's SABL Investigation Committee on the non-reported SABLs should be tabled in Parliament and its recommendations acted upon. Number two, the Marape Rosso government must not act in haste to promote the special economic zone model, but rather develop a tailor-made sound economic structure that embraces traditional land tenure in order to participate in economic activities that will be seen to benefit the majority of Papua New Guineans. We also recommend that the Special Economic Zone Authority Act should also be reviewed, as the language inside benefits the investor rather than the local landowners, leading to an imbalance of economic opportunity. Number three, information dissemination to the rural populace must be decentralized. Provinces and districts need to be empowered financially to conduct awareness and consultation with all people to better understand that there is really nothing wrong with our current land tenure system. All we need to do is to provide our people the opportunity through providing transport infrastructure, market linkages, and increase the skill sets to give agriculture, which is the backbone of our society, the importance it deserves by the government of the day. I'll hand over to my colleague to provide some.
Before you do,
Yes.
can I just jog your thought pattern back to your last two sentences?
Yes.
Something about customary land you mentioned. What is your view on that?
Sorry, Chair,
said
could you repeat?
Customary land practices or law was... I think it'll be the third last sentence you were reading.
In terms of information dissemination,
After that, you mentioned customary land.
yes. No, I didn't read that. Provinces and districts need to be empowered financially to conduct awareness and consultation with the people to better understand that there is really nothing wrong with the current land tenure system.
Why do you say there's nothing wrong with the current land tenure system?
In terms of the ownership,
Yes.
in terms of ownership, we as Papua New Guineans, we are all landowners. When it comes to development projects, there is always that risk in that many customary landowners may not see the benefits of whatever development is to take place on their land.
When you say we are landowners, that's inherent, correct?
Correct.
But there is no documentation representing it more often than not, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to understand. That's why I sort of wanted to come back here for you to allow you to elaborate. But we come back to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I stand to correct myself. My name is Jonathan Tilomu.
Yes.
Tilomu, right. And I am with Fawcett, that is Forest for Certain, Forest for Life. So I'll just quickly run through what we have here to present. So coming back to your question, that is our position. Nothing is wrong with our customary land tenure system in Papua New Guinea. To say that is, we hear our government keeps saying that our customary land tenureship system is hindrance to development in Papua New Guinea. But if we look at the meaning, the real meaning of land in our context, customary land holds our life. Our rural communities depends entirely on the customary land. And we also see that giving ILGs to people, meaning to say that they will be recognized by the government, is not the only answer. We have to work with the communities, and that is find alternatives that give meaning to them. And that is when we talk about development. So I want to give an example with one of our communities that is in Pomio district, Tavolo, where we work with them. Since working with them, they have their community wildlife management area. So we see that there are already ILGs existing in the community. And that ILGs, when we continue to talk to them and find out that they said there's ILGs, we are waiting for the government to come and we will work with them to develop our community. And they keep on waiting. So Chairman, what we do is we work with the communities to look after their environment, their community. So in terms of legality, we have a sit down with the community, we talk with them, and then we say, look, ILG is not the only, it's not the answer. So we come up with an association for the communities, including all the clan leaders in the community. So in terms of benefit sharing, it is all the clan leaders working together under that association. And then the community themselves, we help them come up with their work plans, align with the development plans, and then they themselves identify alternatives that will help develop the communities. So this is our way of working with the communities. We are not promoting ILGs. ILGs creates division in the communities. If you say there is a powerful clan in the community, and if you register their land, tell you it gives them the upper hand. In terms of benefit sharing, the minority clans in the society or the community will not receive the benefits. And I have experienced it, I have lived with my people. So that is from our stand. I believe to emphasize on what my colleague has mentioned is, I think the government needs to provide ways or empower communities to work on their own land. Given an example, we are also working with our communities on cocoa, and again we find out there are ILGs in the communities, but we have to call the communities together, feed them the right information. This is very important. And those communities, it will take time. Arguments will come up, disagreements will come up, but then at the end of the day you will see what is important for the community and not for an individual clan or an individual elite in the community. So they come up with a cooperative society, another means of giving legality to the communities to attract small development in the community. That is where we see it's working with the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. So it seems in certain communities there's a mix, whatever works they try to put together.
Yes.
But if there was a registry of clans, we are all in this room, everybody except, unless you're from another country, but everybody in this room has a clan, is born into a clan, correct?
Yes.
Whether you are from a patrilineal society or matrilineal society, you are born into a clan.
Yes.
Those clans own property, correct? Land.
Yes.
That's common in this country.
Yes.
But not everybody in this group is belonging to an ILG, correct?
No.
Does everybody in this group have a cooperative society or belong to a cooperative society?
No.
There's also associations. Is everybody in this group in an association?
Yes.
Some are.
Depending.
I just said, is everybody into an everybody? But everybody is in a clan.
Yes.
And through the clan, you have access to property, land use.
Yes. Yes.
The clan is your shield, correct? It is the group that you relate to.
Yes.
So you don't have to go and register association to a clan to become a clan member. You are a clan.
Yes. Correct.
So if your birth certificate says I'm from Lokoro clan of Gary Village, I'm from Lokoro clan of Gary Village. No one will take that away from me. Forever and ever and in time. From my grandfather, his grandfather, his grandfather, his grandfather, to my descendants. Now run.
Yes.
So it's been a very fulfilling afternoon so far.
Chairman, just adding on to Jonathan's discussions, and he's talking, and on behalf of the experience that he have in the province, particularly going into Pomio, and of course most of the ILGs. And while talking on the other perspective, I'm now talking on the other side story of the ILGs. ILGs, it's working in some other parts of the provinces. Yeah. And like what Jonathan have mentioned, Chairman, yes, I think it's very important that with the government intervention,
Yep.
under the triple P concept, the public-private partnership, how can the government, step in, intervene for the service delivery? And one of the mechanisms that we can use is, the ILGs. Of course, there will be parties that won't be agree of, bringing in development, But that is another vehicle that we can use for service delivery with a good understanding. And the main thing is like what our sister just mentioned, that with proper awareness down to the people. This is the main concern. That most of the people in the community are just, saying yes to whatever people that they come in to tell them that yes, we're going to register the ILG and you will be benefiting out of the ILG in some other ways. The government have to come in, Chairman, and this is the right committee here. Ladies and gentlemen in this room, we know that we come out from different provinces, cultures. But it cannot stop us. And when it comes, and I'll refer back to the forestry. And forest as one of the forest province in the country is New Britain. And you go down to West New Britain, and like what Paul have said, through all the land. And he mentioned something about Cutomary. And those years, 1800s, 1820s, of course, yes. But then the people now are, getting back the land. And some of the plantations now in the country that will be given back to the people, and now they are getting back the titles. Once they get the title, and that's where they can. But on top of that is the ILG is very important. ILG is coming out into two forms. It can be, creating a division like what Jonathan have said. And today we can see that the infighting throughout the communities just because of this ILGs. And I'm talking through experience. Why? Because, the other clan registering themselves an ILG, the other one is claiming the land that he is the legitimate owner of the land. And that's where infighting comes through the generation of the day. And something that we got to be mindful of. And Chairman, I think that is, again, we thank this government for, appointing this special committee for this very important program. Never done before. We thank the Marape Rosso government. Though my chairman here is on the other side of the house and we are on the other side of the house, doesn't mean that it's going to be a division here, but
The house is in
the
the
house
country.
is in the country. We are talking here for the benefit of our people in Papua New Guinea. So whether a boy or a girl, we are here for the benefit of the 12 million people of this country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Can I encourage panelists this afternoon to liaise with the Secretariat? And I'd really like to have copies of your submissions or presentations this afternoon and any papers that you might have to pass through. I'd be really grateful before Friday.
Chair, we will provide it before Friday.
Mr. Lalo, thank you very much, yourself and Mr. Kaib. Mrs. Wainago, can I have some undertaking that we will have that your notes?
You have my word, Chair. We
Thank
will
you.
Provide.
Thank you very much. Mr. Barker, did you want to have any further input?
No, it was very interesting hearing the discussion on the ILGs. I was involved in the early, well, really the late 80s and early 90s, including with the Forest Act preparation. And of course, at that stage, there was the big concern that when forestry projects were being signed up, there was no real endorsement from the communities. With the private members, with the Private Dealings Act, it was often signed off by someone who couldn't even necessarily read and just put the thumbprint on,
Yes.
and that was... So it was put in there for the FMAs that at least 70% had to be
Yes.
to agree to the project. Constitutionally, you could say 100% because they're all resource owners, but anyway, it was put in as 70%. ILGs were used because at that stage, there wasn't another mechanism that people thought of as a vehicle. So, and it was being used in petroleum. Of course, a few years later, we discovered, some of the problems in petroleum. You saw
Correct.
not just clans, but it was going down to multiple families because everyone wanted Southern Highlands to be the ones who controlled the resource flow from Kutubu oil and grabbed it from their own, and even were able to gain opportunities in politics as a result of it. But I mean, it's just interesting looking at the different mechanisms. You could just say, well, ILGs have to be clans, but of course we know clans can be of all different sizes and shapes. So looking at the Ataka system in Fiji, they use clans, they sometimes use tribes, they sometimes use smaller groups when they're marking their different groupings, but it's really up to the community itself to decide what mechanism they want when they're doing their own group associations, which then link in with their what used to be called the Native Land Trust. But then they've been doing it for a long time because that comes under legislation in 1940. And so they have everyone formally registered, and we're a long way off those sort of mechanisms, at least until one can actually get those NID systems functioning rather more effective.
Yeah,
and again, it comes down to
the ID system is critical.
Yep.
It's a very important component
and
of
trust.
This kind of process, isn't it?
You've got to be able to trust. So, do you trust those officials who are handling things on your behalf? Do you trust the mechanisms? And so building up that trust is absolutely critical to an effective mechanism, whether it's for SEPA or for forests or for the Lands Department or anyone else.
Petroleum or mining.
Absolutely.
Very true. Mr. Baka, you took my thought to the reforms. You say Fiji has probably been doing it over almost 100 years now, dating back to early, late 1800s, 19th, turn of the 20th century, and to date, and they're still, improving their systems. Now, Australia, on the other hand, they've introduced the Native Titles Act in 1993, subsequent to the Eddie Mabo case. This kind of a conversation in the federal court brought the Eddie Mabo case to completion, and a direct response of the Commonwealth government at the time was the Native Titles Act, right? And Northern Territory had the Aboriginal land rights areas, Alra, and all these other various areas. So this is never too late. This is, Papua New Guinea at the 50th anniversary is discussing this aggressively, and the Parliament, the 11th Parliament, is responsible for this. We are hopeful that this consultation is going to drive the discussions to understand more where we sit as a people and how we should be responding to our own development aspirations and agendas, including forestry, mining, oil and gas, petroleum, or even just, I don't need to have a project to be a landowner. There's no gas on my land, in my land, but I'm a landowner. That's real estate. That piece of dirt has to have capital value. This is why progression happens in the West, not in the developing nations and former Soviet states, they say. Because land is owned communally in our country. This is the conflict in ideologies that and we don't blame them, the limitations that the colonial masters had. They had never been exposed to the rest of Papua New Guinea, never knew how these people own land. So there was an assumption on their part that we need to create a homogeneous structure that will have only individuals own land, so we have access and develop. Not to make any excuses for anybody, but I'm saying this is the right time, and I think it's an excellent conversation. At this point, can I inquire if we have anyone from the Mineral Resource Authority here this afternoon, or have they left, or did they ever come at all? No? All right. Well, thank you. Like I said earlier, Mr. Barker, would be so kind to furnish us some notes, and like you said, INA have done so many research and work around this topic. So it'd be great to have soft copies emailed or furnished to the Secretariat so we can employ every endeavor to encapsulate this thinking, all the repository of information put in together, and we can drive this issue forward. It's been so long. This is a long outstanding agenda contemplated by the Constitution itself, by the CPC under the reports, and also contemplated for post-independence decolonization process. So this is critical, and I think this country requires immediately and urgently a reform in this, or introduction of formalization in this space. Wantem Disla, I think we have a lot of people still waiting to be heard, so if I can call a short recess for 5 minutes and we'll come back. Yeah, thank you. So 5 minutes break, and we're back here within 5 minutes. It's now 3:41. We'll be back at 3:46. Thank you.
Yeah. That's right. One's Callaghan's there. Yeah.
Too much information. You connect.
Laura.
Oh, very good.
Now.
It's a big thank you.
Yep. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's right. There was Captain Farrell and then the other one. Yes. Ah, right. How is it? So I was just trying to help you. Yeah. She knew that was matrilineal society. Yeah. Some of them tell a lot of you. Yeah, like. That's a strategy that you went with. Yeah, I might arrived at that time. Yeah. So how was it? Yeah.
I think that I'll come back on. I need to.
minutes. If I can call on Mr. John Obana, Kwaya Kapuna Clan Group. I think it's Kwaya Kapuna Clan Group. Mr. Judah Baru from Porabada, Besana Association. Mr. Henry Miria. You can grab your coffee and then take your seats so we can start the next segment. Mrs. Bayaudim. We have Ms. Lucille Paru here. Welcome. Brendan?
See the name tag. Name tag. Flashy.
It's okay.
She's not a Mrs. No, she's not a Mrs. I didn't know what more with it. It's not a Mrs.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. When this committee had put out its public notice, and apart from specific invitations that were written to various stakeholders, including those who have made presentations this morning, a public notice was issued over on the 2 dailies and on social media. So I suppose as a response to that, we have the general public and civil society express interest and in so doing, making your an attendance to this consultative hearing. So I thank you all for coming forward to assist the work of this committee. It's a very important part of our democracy, where the parliamentary system or parliament consults its people on very important issues of concern, and land is one such issue that goes to the heart of our communities and our people. And as a government of the people, for the people and by the people, it is only appropriate that legislative reform or conversation is brought to discussions like this, and this is such a platform. So this next segment is a response to that, and I want to say thank you to everybody here this afternoon and for taking the time to come, and there's a resounding view through the exchange and the dialogue today. But I'm going to open this discussions and perhaps allow about 10 minutes for each of you to make a presentation. And if there is additional, like we have done for the other presenters, any additional notes you might want to submit or furnish your notes or thinking to the Secretariat, we welcome that after the hearings today. So without further ado, or maybe if I could allow, I see, welcome Ms. Mabel Gavera still taking notes. I won't interrupt the train of thought. But if I could allow Mr. Judah Baru to express some thoughts or make his presentation within 10 minutes, that would be really, really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Kitiruhu. and Honorable Erman Tobine Jr., and Honorable Lawyer Boy Samuel. Ladies and gentlemen, the subject is Conabara Park Zone Area, KPZA, formerly Posting 578, Parabara Junction, Hill West Central Province, and surrounding customary lands owned by the people of Parabara. I am the duly appointed President of Parabara Business Association. I wish to make this statement on behalf of 10,000 plus people from Parabara who are affected by illegal activities happening over their ancestral land. Parabara Business Association represents the communal interest and welfare of the people from Parabara village, who are original landowners of the land described as Conabara Park Zone Area, KPZA, formerly described as Posting 578. Before the acquisition or transition of KPZA to become a crown or state-leased land by the colonial administration through deed of attestation, DA 242, Volume 1 in 1898, it was customarily named as Vanire Tobore by our ancestors, that of which is substantiated by our historical background as evidenced herewith. Our genealogical records reveals that our forefathers originated from Motokoitabu tribes who lived along the hilly ranges and had access to the sea to fish and inland terrain surrounding KPZA to hunt and do gardening for survival. It is obvious to rename the subject land Conabara to be out of context and disrespectful. We are extremely disappointed over what is happening on our ancestral land. There is so much land grabbing by individuals with money and business entities with no proper fiscal plan in place. There have been reports of land being acquired through illegal and corrupt deals with unplanned and unregulated development taking place to cause massive destruction to the local habitat. The once rich mangrove vegetation is severely depleted and covered with backfilling to cause permanent damage to the marine ecosystem. This lacks any sense of environment conservation. The legal description of entire KPZA land has changed to various portion numbers after KPPA was granted an Urban Development List, UDL, in March 2009. From this, the KPPA subdivided the land whereby new portions were created to have new legal descriptions. Portions 2669 to 2692 and 2693 as registered and approved by the Department of Lands and Fiscal Planning. These portions were granted lease, sale, or illegal occupation, and portion 2693 in particular was granted for business, general industrial purposes in May 2017 under the KPPA to develop the land. However, the KPPA board and its management failed miserably in administering KPPA in compliance with government policies, resulting in decisions to amalgamate and transfer KPPA functions to another agency from illegal dealings of land sales in parcels and abuse of large amount of public funds. Apparently, our initiative having come up with a project to build a commercial plaza or multi-purpose resource center at the described land is materializing, as we have already started preparation since year 2021. But how to acquire and obtain the land is the common obstacle. Whilst our project submission is in its initial stage, the land ownership transition process needs serious attention and immediate acquisition by Parabara Business Association, which is currently in the process. It is our indigenous right over the desired land portion 2693 part to be released back to us and developed in alignment with the Marape and Rosso government's core vision and drive to take back PNG. Therefore, our enthusiasm drive to deliver the project by securing the land is fundamental and has been our highest agenda. This will open up opportunities for us to participate meaningfully through our own initiative plans so that we can be able to create and establish a strong economic base in our locality. Further, given the significance of the project, following this completion, we anticipate to capitalize and image into a mini township development to create more employment and bring long-term benefits for our local people. In addition to that, why we want to go into the township development? Due to the global warming challenges Parabara village is currently facing, so with king tides and rising of sea level, our people need to be relocated and resettled. Thus, we identified Pat Post in 2693 at KPZA as an ideal location for our township development. With proper physical planning, basic infrastructures can be built to enable our people to access clean water supply, electricity, and proper sewage and sanitation system. I think what I had spoken has touched on all aspects of security in terms of land security, social security, food security, and project security. The subject land lies gateway to the PNG LNG plant site or project. If land security is not addressed, all aspects of security will be affected. Once again, to conclude, we are deeply aggrieved and dismayed over the manner in which unplanned and unregulated developments have progressed on the land with complete disregard for the interests of our people from Parabara who are indigenous landowners. With the above scenario, it gives an ideal reflection of unlawful and or unjustified trespass that relevant state authorities must seriously look into as a matter of urgency. So when you see KPPA, the land itself, it was earmarked for petrochemical processing, but nothing had happened until now. And when you see and illustrate, let me illustrate that KPPA is like a drought, it's like a cancer. It's surrounded is a customary land, and that cancer is now spreading. There is territorial encroachment by outsiders. Therefore, we want government's intervention to cure that cancer. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Baru. I think that's a very that case study alone can tell a bigger story about what's been rife in this country. What I'd like to ask, Mr. Baru, is that you made reference to a number DA
242.
242. Have you or at any time seen, obviously this parcel of land that you refer to would have been a subject of some kind of a transaction?
Yeah, it is. It is.
And in the transactional document, what was the consideration? What was the form of payment?
Well, the payments like tobacco, knives, axes.
And that has then, and through that became owned by somebody else other than the indigenous owners.
Oh, it was during the colonial era.
Correct.
Yeah, and now the land has been acquired by the title has been given to Connemara Petroleum Park Authority.
Okay, so it's portion 578, now known as.
Yes.
Thank you. And this Connemara Petroleum Park Authority, what does it do in your neighborhood?
Nothing at all. Zero.
What was it? You mentioned that it was supposed to be.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's earmarked for petrochemical processing.
Is there any petrochemical processing facility on that land?
Not at all.
None?
None at all.
So what is on that land instead?
Like I said, unregulated developments happening there.
Who has given these people this unregulated activity to continue, and how did they get on there?
Well, it's all about people who come up with falsified ILGs. They collaborate with some, people from the lands department.
So again, ILGs.
Yeah, exactly, ILGs.
And are these ILGs from Parabada, or where are they from?
No,
Are they from KPPA?
no, the ILGs are from the tiny village, Cutomary.
Oh.
And the tiny village having 5 ILGs, very obvious. And how did the process allow that for them to be granted ILGs? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you, Mr. Barrow. I think these are very, very serious concerns and very important facts or events that are happening all over the country. And I want to thank yourself and your association for taking the initiative to crystallize some of this factual background. It will go to a great deal of assisting or informing the pathway we it's been long outstanding. But at this point, I'm going to hold some more thoughts. But thank you once again. If any questions will come back. But if I could allow Ms. Galvera to have the 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and your committee. Thank you, Chairman, and your committee. I represent a landowner group called Dabara Tobo. It's Central Claim 33. And we were given an ILG in 2007, 2006, 2007. And because it's become redundant, they're asking us to go back to square one. I mean, all the requirements were met already, and why? And it's taking a long time for them to process the new submission. That's one. I'm a real estate agent at the same time as a landowner, and through my real estate freelancing business, I've identified quite a lot of problems that landowners face. So, Chairman, will you allow me to just go through a few of them?
I think we'll be careful with specific cases, but I think if you insist, you could quietly furnish that in a submission copy to the Secretariat, so as not to labor the issues too much, because in the interest of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Can I just?
But at a high level.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's going to be. They're all going to be very, very short. Okay. The second one is SABLs. One of my clients is. We're given an SABL in 2014, and close to the LNG project, 1,057 hectares. They were given an SABL in 2014, but now they've been asked to pay $250,000 to get a new customary title, and then, if development is needed, to be converted into state lease. So that's a bit of a problem. So that's another one. The third one is compulsory acquisition. I have another client who owns 2,000 hectares at Duran Farm, and 500 hectares were compulsorily acquired by the government without the landowners knowing, and they only found out, they got their ILG approved in 2017, and they only found out this year that 500 hectares of their land was compulsorily acquired by the government. So those are some of the issues. That's number 3. Okay, with number 4, the Lands Department, when they were talking about an audit of customary land, I mean, is that realistic? Because a lot of the customary land are probably not got ILGs yet. So it's going to take probably another 50 years to achieve that. But that idea gave me another point that maybe alienated land should be audited so that compensation can be sorted out quickly.
Yes.
That's more realistic, I think. Because we, Motu Koitabans in this city, in the last 20 years, only 3 compensations have been paid, and not fully. The airport, I don't know how much the airport compensation was worth, but they only paid about 10 years ago 500,000. And the freeway was paid for 2.4 million. And the currently in the last few months, 6 months, the Governor General's residential area was paid for, and it was only partially paid. I think about 500,000. I don't know what the value of that land is. So we are facing a lot of problems. So I think an audit of the alienated land should be done so that it can facilitate for compensation to be, for the government to know what are outstanding and to budget for it so that people can benefit from it, because we Motu Koitabans own the city, and yet we are the poorest group in the country. So therefore, we really have to be sorted out, I think, through an audit. Because all this development that's happened, it's owned by our people, different groups of clans. But obviously they are not being paid. And we are considered as one of the poorest group in the country. Okay, my last point, Chairman, is that you invited the landowners to be part of this conference here. How do you plan to consolidate all our different points before presenting them? Or are you expecting each of us to do individual presentations to you?
Sorry.
Because there's a deadline. I mean, we say in the city, the landowners in the city, I see a lot of my Motu Koitabun landowners. How do we, I mean, you've asked the other stakeholders to present their reports to you or their submissions to you.
Yes.
Okay, what about us landowners? How are you going to get our views?
Your views, they're very interesting. This is exactly how we're doing furnishing your views. There's an email address out, and they can furnish their thoughts through the email.
Okay, so we do it individually.
Yes, that's perfectly fine.
Good one.
The idea, ma'am, is to understand the pulse of the nation, and to set the benchmarks at law.
Yeah.
So you are seen as indigenous peoples through the clans, I guess, and to give that voice as much as possible. In the earlier days, in the absence of telecommunication and in the absence of technology, this was considered sufficient consultation. I don't think this is enough consultation. So we have allowed the email system out there. This program is live stream, and so the comments and observations made through social media, and also because they're actual people writing this identifications and writing their thoughts down, will be taken on board, and it should crystallize into a thinking of the country. We are going around to other centers as well. Today is here. So it's a mammoth of a task, but I think one necessary and one long outstanding. So I hear you, Ms. Gavera, and understand the thinking. Of course, it's not just in Port Moresby. We have people from Ley. Even between Ley and here, there are people who do not have access, but we speak for them. We feel we need, as leaders, policymakers, and legislators, it's incumbent on us to feel and understand how this country is being. And this is a cluster, if you like, to draw data from and information from, adduce it and process it, and move it to the next stage. But thank you for that question. It's important.
Thank you very much,
Chairman.
Chairman.
I'll pause at that point. And if we'll come to Mr. Gaeta, understand, of Badiri Vamaga ILG. 10 minutes, we'll try.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Yava Gaeta. I'm the chairman of the Badiri Vamaga ILG, also the land chief and land controller, and also the power of attorney. Basically, the head of the ILG is always the head of the family, or must be the elder or chief of the lineage, which is our patrilineal line. And this is where I come in as a grandson of the paramount chief. My point is that for the last 30 years, we have experienced the ILG walking into Lands Department. In fact, Badiri Vama is a pioneer in also the ILG, because our registration number tells us that our number is 308. That is the first 300 of the registration of the ILGs in Papua New Guinea. And for the last 30 years, we've been working to Lands Department, apply for our title. And at least now, 30 years later, we're still waiting for our title. And that's sad for especially Motukoi Tabuans. Now, if you look at central claims, I think in the early 60s up to 70s, it was central district, then it was central claim. And we have 151 central claims that demarcates the whole NCDC boundary. And that 151 central claim is owned by certain clans in Port Moresby. As for instance, my clan owns central claim 68, 31, 28, 29, so it goes on. Now, those lands were demarcated in 1956, before ILG came in. And the land were registered, demarcated, and also genealogies were made out of that. So it made it easier for us to become ILG members. But the saddest part is the government does not recognize that ILG claims. Our central claim 68. In fact, Badiri Vamaga owns majority of the east part of Port Moresby land that we own, from Badili all the way up to 4 Mile, 5 Mile, whole Boroko, and NBC, half of Taroma, and so it goes on. Now, the funny thing is that our ILG is registered in 1993. We have been fighting to get our title, and it's been on deaf ears. They've always swept it under we always come back. So the slogan for Lands Department is called "Come Back Tomorrow." And that's very, very sad for indigenous people of Motukoita in Lenos in Port Moresby. We did not go to the city came to us. And we've never been respected. 30 years, we're still waiting for our title. Now, you compare to 30 years, some people buy land or get land, and they just get title in a week or even in a day. The saddest part also getting a title is that when you go and you put your appeal against the person getting the title Lands Department, the Land Title Commission gives the title to the person. When you go to LCC to complain, Lands Department gives the title. We're all confused. In 1956, when all the land demarcated were made and done completely with the genealogies and landmarks and everything, there were 2 books produced, one for the landowner, one for Land Title Commission. And the worst part is when people go to get title at Lands Department, they know that ILG exists. A certain part of the land in Port Moresby or in the country. So the Lands Department officers should look at the land and say, oh, this land belongs to Badiri Vamaga. This land belongs to Kayavaga. This land belongs to Kwadubuna. They should say that and ring the Lands Department, ring the ILG chairmen or the officers and tell them that this person wants to get. They ignore us and they just give them title.
30 years we've been struggling. Now, is there an alternative for an ILG? Apart from ILG, I believe that once you register your land as an ILG, you have opened the door for government to get your land. There's a little clause says that government can use that to use compulsory acquisition to get your land. No matter how good, whatever you can fight for, the clause is there because you are a registered ILG. That's not fair for landowners. In the central claim 56 or 151 central claims, the landowner is called usufructuary rights or a permanent usufructuary. For instance, Kilakila High School, primary school, and where the LLG office Chamba is at here local government. 25-year lease, 1955 to 1980. Now it's 45 years. The school is now illegally operating on a land that is lease has been expired. Boroko, 1962, 5th of May. We own Boroko, where the stadium is or sporting ground is, where the whole suburb is. It's never been paid for. Books and documents have never been presented. It goes into deaf ears. Recently, in the 2015 games, the former Minister for Lands, Chachenko, came in, saw me and said, Mr. Gator, we're holding this SP game, so please, you don't interfere with our land. Because after the games, I'll give you the title. After the games, he forgot about me. He gave the title to the Sports Foundation. And I'm not the only one. It's affecting all my Motukota landowners in here. It's very sad. And now NRA is talking about building up a big stadium. And here I am, landowner, sitting there and waiting. When they're going to attend to me? Whole sporting ground is taken away from me. They haven't even paid anything. Not even a toya. Jack Piddick Park. Look at it. State is NCD is now fighting for it. Landowner is still there waiting. Chinatown sold for 18 million. 18 million. Money was shared by members. And landowner, here I'm waiting. So what's the difference between registering your land or registering your ILG when you are not recognized? When you are not recognized, you exist in this lands department. I think the government should look at ILG properly. ILG is supposed to be honored and owned by people, not government. You are using that as a stepping stone, opening door for you to walk in and get our land. Lastly, return all our land back to Motukoita people. All 155 land essential claims. When are you going to return the land back? Kilakila Airdrome is an example. Mabo, Eddie Kweko Mabo, he never won his Australian case. When he found a Kilakila Airdrome, he won his case. Now the Aboriginals are using that case to precedent case to win their case. It's all because of Kilakila village, Kilakila Koita village president, Kilakila Airdrome. And it's never been paid for the last 86 years. We are waiting. Boroko, last 69 years, we are waiting. Kilakila High School, 45 years, we're waiting. When? I think our Motukoita leaders should seriously look into this. Because with Motukoita, it's very unfortunate that we don't have leaders to represent us. We're just a department in the lands department, a department in the NCDC, where we don't have received direct grant from the Papua New Guinea government. And yet to use our land to build a city. That's not fair. I want to register my land. So as all my Motukoita bones, we want to register that 151 central claims, give that land to us. All is simple, just convert those demarcated land into titles which is done in 1956, and give it to us. It's an excuse by saying that, no, that 56 central claim is not valid because you have to go back and register it again, go back and survey it again. But it is surveyed. It's registered under Land Ordinance 1952. We are covered by that, and yet government doesn't want to recognize. Lastly, I think there should be a special office made to attend all the motokoita inquiries, because that Lands Department there is filled up with Papua New Guineans, and when we go in there, they don't want to know we exist. We have a motokoita assembly, but I think that office should be in Lands Department, not in motokoita assembly. Should be in the Lands Department where they attend to all our queries on our land issues and return our land back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gator. Some very thought-provoking. It was a very emotional and I think incredibly reflective comments and sentiments shared here. You raised some very important questions for the government to think about, even for this committee to contemplate. You raised the question because you make mention of various areas in the city. I will assume now, because there's development on top of these particular areas, there would be state leases now. What baffles me, and as it does you, is how and what would an ILG be created in 1993, and on what premise or what idea? Secondly, you make mention of some titles, to be a title maybe. And just coming to that, there's some mention of a title or titles, and the areas that the airspace you refer to have improvements on them already, and are currently under various other people. So my question is this: I want to allow you to express a view, if you don't mind. The obvious observation is that the indigenous landowners of, in this case, Port Moresby, then you have Mount Hagen, Medang, Ley, all these urban centers, Kokopo, and for their sake also, I want you to express a view, if at all possible. Somebody is going to raise the question, compensation, and I think you made mention earlier. In lieu of compensation, what do you think would be a good way to address this issue? It's a very serious issue. Going forward.
Compensation is a very scary issue with the Lands Department or in the government, because they owe us billions, comparing to 151 central claims. Now, in the 1884 proclamation, Papua Southern Region, we are under the Crown. That is different from New Guinea, you're under the UN, United Nations. So our land is protected by the Crown. For instance, my brother here, his land is what you call Caution Bay. In 12th of July 1921, Caution Bay was declared not to be sold out. And you have a huge LNG project on that land. Is that a law? And yet it's gazetted. Caution Bay is not to be sold out, not to be sold out. And look at all the improvements happening from Rock all the way down to Papa. Is that gazette been hidden? I think the landowners should sue the state for that particular gazette. It's very, very clear. Now, for the compensation, I think Papua New Guinea government should compensate more to Koita. Come up with something good. If we're not given a direct grant from the government, give us our land back and compensate us every land that we own. Motu Koita doesn't benefit from his land. We go and register our land, they said, no, you wait. You could do this and this and that. And someone behind you comes and registers land like that. A classic example is us waiting 30 years since 1993, and still. So right now, the officer concerned, Ms. Lenny Kiap, he's got all the documents, and they don't want to attend to us. I can name a lot of land department officers in here, but that's not my job. So I think one is that compensation to be seriously looked at. Only those who have the genuine document, they should be attended to. And don't make an excuse of dividing us, saying that, no, this fellow owns, he's the uncle, that one owns. No. Like I heard it from the comment from land department saying that two people land different, fighting over the land. Go back to the original demarcation. There is a document there. It says the landowner is here. It's all on the table. Very, very simple. If you talk about my 68, I don't have to ask around. I got my document. It's registered. All genealogy, everything is all done. We respect our genealogy, especially in our patrilineal lineage. So,
Thank
please.
you. I'll if you don't mind me interrupting at this point, Mr. Gator. Thank you once again. I think we're Badiri Vamaga, ILG example. Can I ask, if you don't mind me again? What is this a clan or a group of clans or can you explain?
Badiri Vama is a clan, a Koita clan. We have a Motu and a Koita. So it's a Koita clan. Vamaga in Koitabu means right, like your Idibana. So I could be called in Motu Badiri Idibana, but on the Koitabu we call Vamaga. We also have a Badiri Vaga, which is Laurina. So we could call it in Motu as a Badiri Laurina or Badiri Idibana. So I come from the bigger clan called Badiri Vamaga. It is a clan. Then we have all little clans around us, like Yarawa, Moya, and so it goes on. Dubara, Badiri, Gyakone, it goes on. They have their own little portions of land. Again, this is the silent majority. What can they do in the heart of the city?
Thank you. I think on that thought, I'll want to thank you once again for your contribution. I'll move on to Mr. Brandon Bure.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Kate Iduhu, Chairman, and Honorable Ermas Pani, and Honorable Lawyer Boy Samuel. Okay. On behalf of the Waikuvana clan of Yule Island, I wish to acknowledge and commend the work of the Special Parliamentary Committee on Customary Land and Land Reforms. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on an issue that lies at the very heart of our identity and culture and survival as Papua New Guineans, our land. The new National Lands Act may be introduced in the name of reform and progress, but we must not overlook the real threats it poses to customary landowners, who make up over 90% of the landowners in this country. The danger lies in the continuation of mechanisms like the special agricultural business leases and the misuse of incorporated land groups, as our brothers say, and the others. They have already been used to take land from our people, often without informed consent, without proper consultation, and sometimes without even them knowing. Though some SABLs have been voided by the courts, many still remain, and the same legal loopholes that allowed them still exist. Papua New Guinea needs a solution that both protects customary ownership and unlocks the economic value of land in a way that benefits landowners directly and sustainably. That is why I propose the establishment of a customary land and development bank, a dedicated institution that will work solely with customary landowners to provide financial access without requiring them to give up the land. The bank will serve as a critical enabler of these district-based developments. Among its core priorities will be to finance things like public sector housing for teachers, health workers, civil servants, as well as private sector housing and commercial development led by landowners and local businesses. It will ensure that housing and services are built on customary land with consent and that the landowners themselves share in the value created. Through proper land use agreements, verified land consent, and secure lending models, this bank would support agriculture, housing, tourism, and small enterprises, all while keeping land ownership within the people. It would give our people the power to build, grow, and develop on their land, not sell it off. Our submission reflects deep concerns that are shared not only by our clan, but by many traditional landowners across PNG. We face increasing risks of land misuse, exclusion from decision-making, and a weakening of customary authority under current systems. We have taken the formal step of submitting our position to the committee because we believe that land is identity, land is heritage, and land is the future of our children. Our submission calls for stronger legal recognition of principal landowners, respect for customary governance, better public education, and safeguards against land misrepresentation. In our view, our view of ownership is that it is a bundle of rights, and it represents the highest form of control over land, with each specific right capable of being separated, valued, and exercised independently. In any development activity, only the specific right being used must be identified, valued from the standpoint of the end user. The entire land cannot be seen or valued through the lenses of that one right. A levy system should then be applied to ensure that landowners are fully compensated for the use of that particular right. Furthermore, to the extent that the exercise of this specific right restricts or extinguishes the landowner's ability to exercise other rights within the ownership bundle, those sacrifices must also be identified, valued, and compensated. This ensures equity and protects customary landowners from unjust loss while still enabling development for public or commercial benefit. It is important to note that the Kauai Kupuna clan's land rights have been already upheld by the district court following a lengthy legal process. Appeals against this decision have dragged on for more than a decade, but we are now advised that final rulings are imminent. We ask the committee to take into account both our legal standing and our traditional authority. Any reform that fails to recognize the voice of legitimate landowners risks deepening conflict and undermining the very fabric of our communities. We thank the committee for this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to working constructively towards reforms that protect, not erode, customary land ownership in Papua New Guinea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll impose respectfully for copies of your presentation after the hearing. So thank you very much. I think, and everyone else who appeared this afternoon and who are here but cannot be heard, I also welcome you to make that submission. It will go a long way to informing the outcomes out of this hearing. The intent, and let me be clear, ladies and gentlemen, the intention of this hearing is not simply to come and just voice and vent, but it is a place I want you to understand is we are taking on views and constructive solutions towards a resolution that will, an outcome that will assist the country legislatively as a law, which I think Mr. Gaeta and everybody here will agree has been the cause for many of our shortcomings and our injustices. So we are quietly hopeful to assist this process in this fashion. With that, I think if I could invite Ms. Paru to have your 10-15 minutes, if that's okay.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Lawyer Boy Samuel and Honourable Tabine. As you can see, the table that goes across and majority of the audience. In representing Papua, we have had quite a struggle when it comes to what was formerly the territory of Papua and coming into being Papua New Guinea. It has been a walk, and hopefully we have a seat for the Motu Koitabuans looking forward. But majority of Papua New Guineans need that light. We need that light when we come to think of our land and who we are as a people. 50 years on is a very long time. We have grandchildren now. Some even have great-grandchildren. The world itself is also looking at indigenous people's issues. It is not new because of the colonization. The difference with Papua New Guinea is we were colonized by a colony. We were not colonized by the empire itself. Thus, the colonizer, who was a colony, made up laws, made reforms, made acts that were in its favor, not necessarily in the favor of our people. I sit beside my brother today on my patrilineal line as Yule Islanders. Having a notice of acquisition or the intention to acquire lack of free, prior, informed consent. Our entire constitution speaks of our customs and who we are, yet ignored. And here we are sitting looking at recommendations. As you said, Honourable Member, we all own land. We are all born having land, a privilege, unlike settlers or explorers who came to our lands looking for benefits. But much of our constitution is written for their benefit and not our own. So I'll leave a few points for us to consider. As an advocate for full protection of customary land rights under the Constitution. The Constitution is clear. Customary land cannot be taken without consent. And even under Section 53 of the Constitution, no citizen may be deprived of property, including customary land, except in accordance with law, and only for a public purpose or with just compensation, and through a transparent and accountable process. In the case of Yule Island, the proposed land acquisition has breached all three constitutional safeguards. Lack of consultation, consent, and transparency. To date, no incorporated land group on Yule Island have formally consented to the state or any developer acquiring land. No land investigation report has been made available for landowners to verify. The land survey process, if any, was conducted without the free, prior, informed consent of the customary landowners. The intent of the acquisition remains vague, appearing to serve commercial rather than public interest purposes. It is an island. The Land Act 1996 and ILG Act were ignored. Under the Land Act 1996, customary land can only be acquired through proper agreement and process. Survey, LIR, and ILG verification are legal prerequisites. Compensation must be calculated transparently and accepted prior to any transaction. And under the Land Groups Incorporated Act, only properly established ILGs have the authority to enter into any legal land arrangement. These legal steps were bypassed or ignored in the Yule Island case. Certificates are not enough. We need full customary land titles. A major flaw in current land administration is on the reliance of certificates of customary ownership, rather than the issuing of customary land titles. Let me be clear, a certificate is not a title. It is not enforceable, not permanent, and not secure. Customary land titles provide full legal ownership registered in the National Land Registry, allow landowners to defend their rights in court, negotiate leases, and protect future generations, are enforceable under law, unlike CGOs, which can be bypassed by developers or state authorities. If PNG is serious about land reform, then default must be full customary land registration, not temporary. Symbolic certificates. Anything less leaves landowners vulnerable and without legal recourse. What this means for land reform: Yule Island is not just land. It is identity, survival, and ancestral inheritance. This commission must ensure that the land reform restores power to landowners, strengthen or do away with ILGs, stop all acquisition processes that fail to meet constitutional or legal standards. May I present recommendations? Immediate moratorium on the Yule Island acquisition process, pending legal and community review. Establish a customary landowners legal advisory service to assist ILGs with titling and negotiations. Make customary land title registration mandatory in all formal land dealings. Require independent verification of all surveys, ILGs, and LIRs in any proposed land acquisition. To conclude, land reform is not about technical administration. It is about protecting our people, our identity, and our sovereignty. Therefore, we call on the Commission to set a new standard by putting customary title and constitutional protections at the center of this national land reform. Thank you.
Ms. Parry, thank you very much, and the committee thanks you and all others at the table this afternoon for your presentations. Again, as I did with the other presenters, if you be so minded to finish us a copy of your thoughts as presented. I want to just ask a question about this. You're referring to Yule Island, and I think it's an interesting case study. Can you tell us a bit about what this issue is, the facts around it? Is there something about a sale or raising some apprehension?
Yes. Apparently, there was no advertisement in terms or notice given prior to the actual documentation being presented. And from what we have found through investigations, there are a number of corporations who are actually interested in purchasing the land. And there is also the issue of the Papua LNG and the presentation to look for land to become real estate for the purpose of housing Papua LNG workers. Where do you move islanders to? We already have the issue of Manam Islanders. We already have Modlock and Tense Island being climate refugees. Where are you going to move your islanders to? The Papua LNG needs to look at, for example, the ILG for the elk antelope. They are also in court with the government because they've done state acquisitions and also are not refusing to give the land title.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about the entire Yule Island?
Yes, I'm talking about the entire Yule Island.
So,
there is state land, or what was state land in the before Colonial Drive. Then you have the church land and you have customary land.
so
The acquisition is looking at the entire island itself.
So our islanders were living there, indigenous.
Yes, we have quite a population. We have 10,000 people.
Can I finish? So our people living there are
Yes.
living illegally.
No. We're all islanders living there on our homeland.
So we have become illegal because of a piece of paper. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Paru. I think, and that raises a lot of questions. So at the core of this discussion, as you probably noticed, your identity. Every citizen in this country is born with a unique identity that incorporates him or her into a clan, uniquely to that locality, correct? So even before the 1960s or the 1800s, which that's very recent, even before all of that, your forefathers lived and worked and have survived off that, fed off that land, correct?
Yep.
So this is the premise from which this committee's work is engineered and trying to get to, far beyond documents that created in the 1960s out of a colonization regime. Quite far from that. This should predate even all of that. So your genesis is important. Our genesis is important as a people. Through that, our association to land then crystallizes. So this is the intention of this exchange and sharing of information and sharing of our thought pattern. The fact is, we all understand in this room, and even outside of this room, that is we are in general agreement. The way forward is what this conversation has to crystallize through the work of the committee. And as the chairman this afternoon, I want to thank you all for your various contributions. And after you, I want to thank you all, and I'll excuse you. I'd like to call upon four more. You're excused. Thank you. For now, these next lot of groups, but if I can. Thank you. This will be the last segment of the consultation this afternoon. We'll take a very short break and come back with the next representatives. Vanama ILG, Mr. Jack Lohia. For Dowry ILG, David Sisia. Mavara Idiban ILG, Bogereva. And Gunina Idiban ILG, Adam Wakona. You just prepare yourselves, and in the next 5 minutes we'll reconvene for the next session. Thank you. minutes and then we'll wrap up. But if I had called your name earlier and the gentleman is here already, please, you can come forward and we'll continue our conversation. All right. Check. Because we don't have name tags at the table, if I can ask, starting from Jack, to just state your name and your for the record, so I can take note and address you properly as we go through. We'll give you 10 minutes to express your presentation or contribution, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Kit Iroho, Committee, Lawyer Samuel, Representative Benin. Thank you. My name is Jack Lohia, and I'm representing one of my ILG.
Next.
Thank you. Before I start, I just want to thank the chairman and the executives of this reform. My name is Bogarewa. I'm from Mawara Idibana clan of Hanobara village. I'm the chairman of the ILG number 1700.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Idu, and Junior Tobanin, and Honorable LBS. I'm representing the ILG.
Sorry, your name?
Philip Maro is my name. Philip Maro, M-A-R-O-A. And I'm the chairperson for ILG for MTS mining from Gulf Province Malalawa, Taurela Kekam LLC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Kitidu, and switch him off. Okay, my name is David Sisia. I represent in Dauri ILG from Sogavi. Dauri.
Good afternoon, Chairman Honorable Kitidu, Special Parliamentary Committee, Honorable Lawyer Boy Samuel, and Honorable Airman Tobanen Jr., and the general public. My name is Arua Loa Boko. I represent Kwaradubuna Idibana Laurina and Gunina Idibana Laurina of Hanubada village. I represent 4 clans who owns the official residence of the Governor General and the adjoining areas, Section 47, Allotment 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can have Jack Lohia, you have 10 minutes. If you can share some thoughts and ideas in respect of your ILG.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the Marlborough government for establishing this committee headed by Chairman Kiriru. I was informed late, but I'm privileged to be here and to be part of this consultation. I am honored as a Motokoitaban to be given this honor to air my statement and my conscience as well. I think you are doing a great thing for the people of Papua New Guinea, especially the customary landowners. I think it's a long time coming, but it's here now. So I think every Papua New Guinean, as you have mentioned, we all own land. The land belongs to us, we belong to the land. Okay. I am from Wanama ILG. It is part of Gyakon clan of Wanawara village. We, the Gyakon clan, part of the Papua freeway construction, landowners identified. During the demarcation exercise, when the landowners were identified, Gyakon clan was identified as one of them. And we were proud of that because we owned land. My great grandfather, who is Lohia Doriga, I think the law students will know. There are some cases that go beyond and they use them as case laws. We claimed Port Moresby land. And I am passionate about my grandfather who did the claim. Maybe he did the land claim, but it was all to represent Motu and Koitabuan's claim to the Port Moresby land. I stand proud sitting before you to make that claim that I am a landowner of Port Moresby City as well as all Motu Koitabuans in the city. And we have been greatly deprived of this ownership of the land and representation of leadership in this city. I take great honor to be sitting before you to present myself. Regarding the Porepona Freeway, when the landowners were identified, we were identified. The lease area up at on the top of the land, part of it was compulsory acquired. We were compensated. Part of it still up there. It was a lease area. And that lease area turned out to be a state title. Without our consent, we never knew about it. Some years down the line, the person who was, the body who was the construction company, who was leasing the land, turned out to be the leaseholder. The contractor that was leasing the land, part of it, on our customary land, turned out to be the holder of the title. That's some years later. Now we are trying to put a we have submitted a case to National Lands Commission, which was LTC before, and we're waiting for a hearing date. I know this is not a cat case, but I think there is a miscommunication between the relevant authorities, the Lands Department, the Land Title Commission, regarding customary land. That's one. Parliamentary freeway. There's another one, another freeway or road that is coming up. That is, I think, part of it. Maybe 1,000 meters or 1,000 plus meters. That road will be running through my place as well, where I reside. At the bottom of the hill is where I reside. At the top, road is going to go through. But during the launching, and we are not aware of any consultation or discussion that went on with NCDC. I am not, as the chairman of the Panama ILG, I am not aware of any consultation between the relevant agent and NCDC. I'm still waiting for an invite for a consult with my group. The members are asking me, and I'm not aware. I'm still waiting for their invite. So, in saying that, I think what you are doing is very much supported from my standpoint. As the chairman of the ILG, representing some few hundred plus members, I think you're going to do justice to us customary landowners in trying to guarantee us our land rights for now and for the future as well. This is what we fear the most. We don't do the things right now in my era, my generation, my future will be very much affected, and I'm not. So what you're doing is fundamental to my standing as a customary landowner, and I think it goes across over the nation. I am thankful to this committee, this consultation, all stakeholders, and the government of the day for the initiative. I fully support that, and I'm thankful and I'm grateful. I think I will close my remarks on that. Thank you very much for this time and the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk on behalf of my clansmen from the Mawaribana clan of Hanobara village. I would like, before I go any further, I would like to thank the chairman, Honorable Kit Idu, a committee member, Honorable Lawyer Boy Samuel, and Honorable Herman Tobeng Jr. Thank you for giving me this privilege to talk on behalf of my clansmen. Thank you. I am 55 years of age, and I am from the Mawara Idibana clan of Hanobara village. My father's name is Loa River. I am from the Mawara Idibana clan and I lived in Hanobara. I am a principal landowner of the Customary land posting 2579C, which is the subject of these proceedings. The Customary land posting 2579C, previously known as posting 764, and is located at Bands Peak along the Papua Freeway, National Capital District. The Customary land posting 2579C is traditionally known as Bubua land, as it forms part of the Bubua land located at Bands Peak along the Papua Freeway. Like all or many other customary land located within National Capital District and part of Central Province, the Land Title Commission, LTC, had already determined the customary ownership to the subject customary land posting 2579C. The customary land posting 2579C was not a no man's land, as my Mawara Idibana clan has been the customary land-owning clan to posting 2579C even before the determination made by the LTC in May 1970. The LTC on 5th May 1970 had Punedona's application number 1966-107 and made a decision on 6th May 1970 in favor of Mawara Idibana clan, which decision was a confirmation of the land's customary ownership to the subject land. The Land Title Commission, Mr. Clement Malase, by a letter dated 5th May 1995 to all my clan members, including myself, reaffirmed the above said Land Title Commission decision regarding application 1966-107, that my clan has ownership to the subject land. On 6 September 1999, the Department of Lands and Department of Provincial Affairs engaged a consultation firm, AKT Associated, in conjunction with WIC Ltd, to conduct an investigation into the subject land to establish the true and genuine customary landowner of this land. The land investigation report has established that my clan Mawara Idibana Idu of Hanobara village is the legitimate customary land of the subject land posting 2579C. The report has further identified in its schedule all the legitimate customary landowners of the entire Bubua land, which includes the subject customary land posting 2579C. Based on the above report, an agreement was entered into between the state and my clan for the construction of the Papua Freeway through the Bubua land portion, which the state paid more than 1 million as compensation to my clan Mawara Idibana Iduhu. After Ketin Brothers has moved out, my clan Mawara Idibana members, including myself, through our Bubua Incorporated Land Group Inco, ILG, had an agreement with some shipping companies to run a container for a storage for monthly rentals.
Can I just interject at this point, Mr. Reva? You are from which clan?
Mawara Idibana.
What's the name of the ILG you just referred to?
It's Bubua. Later, when the ILG was done under Bubua ILG.
Who is Bubua?
Bubua is the name of the land. And after that, the lands department told us to write the name of the clan as the ILG name. So we did. We changed the ILG name to Mawara Idibana as a clan. So it's now under Maura Ilmana, and I'm the chairman of the ILG. The ILG number is 1700.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Yes.
Can I just ask him a question and regarding Boboe? All right. I mean, what you mentioned Proporena Freeway. Burnspeak, is it? Which portion of land is that? I mean, both of you are referring to.
So I'll just clarify what he said. Bube is the name of the land up on the freeway, and then there's demarcation of the areas of ownership, clear demarcation. During the construction of the freeway, they identified those areas, and they were, yeah. So thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Sorry. Before I go any further, like I'm bringing this case because my land was grabbed by some people from the Central Province through SIBL, Special Agriculture Business Lease. Yeah. So it was taken by some of the people from the Central Province, and then this case was put at the National Court. And then I've been going through the case for more than 15 years. Even though I have all the documents with me that the land belongs to Mawara Idibana through the LTC Dishins, and the agreement that was done by Department of, the state to run the freeway.
So who was the SABL given to?
It was given to late Leonard Sabadi from Gaba Gaba village.
When was this SABL issued?
It was issued in 2000.
Was this SABL also part of the inquiry, SABL Commission of Inquiry, or was it not?
No.
You're not aware?
Yeah, I'm not aware.
Thank you.
Like my concern is that land belongs to our clan, Mauraidbana, and this case has been going on for more than 15 years now, from 2010 to 2025 now. So it's still at the National Court, and even the judges haven't guaranteed us the decision, as we are the illegitimate landowners of that post in 2579C. That decision was made in 2014 in favor of Mawara Idibana by Judge Sawong, and then later that title, the SABL title, was given to Steamship by Leonard Sabadi to be sold for 10 million kina. But the land belongs to, as I said, Mawara Idibana. So this case has been going on for more than 15 years now. Like, as the chairman of the Mawara Idibana, we've been suffering for more than 15 years, while we should be doing some development on the land, and it's a prime land in the National Capital District, which is up the Bands Peak at the Proporena Freeway. But because of this SABL title, which was guaranteed to or given to Leonard Sabadi, we can't do anything for the last 15 years. But that title, cancellation was done by, as I said, Sawong, Judge Sawong, and in our favor. And then later this title was reinstated by Benjamin Sampson without any respect over the decision that was done by the judge from the National Court. And then later when he reinstated because the title was cancelled by the judge, and then later he reinstated the title. Benjamin Sampson reinstated the title, and then now they still saying that the land belongs to late Sabadi. So, like what is this committee gonna do to help me on this issue? As I'm the illegitimate landowners with all the ILGs done under Mawarai Libana and the decision given to us on on 2014. Sorry, I've got the documents with me, but
Sir, thank you for your comment or your presentation. We'll take note of the issues that you are raising and the documents that you will surrender. I understand the matter is sub judice. It's before the courts. So there is nothing really we can do except take from the adduce from the material and your testimony that of the practices that are prevalent and the injustices the system is creating or is causing to our people, indigenous landowners, and also even be careful to say, but the fact that authorities flout, if you like, the workings of legislation within the context of alienated land. So this is one scenario. Another has been presented, and so we will take note and inform the work of the committee, and it will give us great assistance into the various types of injustices and to be addressed moving into the future. So obviously, if there was a legislation to be put together, there would be transitional provisions that would give meaning or give understanding to these various scenarios that each of you are presenting. Or we've heard from Mr. Gaeta concerning, and that is not just unique to himself. It's a fact that is prevalent all across the country. And how do we address these issues? What does law say, or what does what should be the reformist mindset as a proactive leadership unit in the 11th Parliament of the government, or your Parliament should express a view through policy reform and legislative architecture into the future, contemplating customary landowners and our interests as a people. So, to your question, this is how we would be responding.
Okay, thank you very much.
Namo. Because the time is up, I'm going to move on to Mr. Maro, Philip Maro. Moroa? Pardon me.
Thank you, Chair. And Gina Tobainin and Honorable Lawyer Boy Samuel. Thank you for giving this opportunity. I am raising my concern in regard to my Catholic mission back home, the Rapo Catholic mission. My grandfather gave their land as a gesture of goodwill, if you want to put it, goodwill. Not to relinquish our traditional land. But over the years, they said it's 99 years lease. It's expired. When what they gave my grandfather was a what they call a tomahawk. And we still hold on to that 100 years old tomahawk. My question is this purchasing land, or it's just a gesture of goodwill, of friendship? from a French mission Catholic priest from Yule Island to my unalienated land. I'm the inheritant owner here. My father, from my father to me. My grandfather passed away. The legitimate chieftain went to my father. And when my father passed away, I got the chief title. But the question now is this. When we want to get because the land policy clearly stipulates that after 99 years, it's leased back. We lease it in the first instance through my grandfather, and my father's son stepped in as an inherent owner, and then my dad passed away. I'm stepping in as an inherent owner now. To get it back, it's almost like these other sisters and brothers are present earlier on, and one just presented now. It's very reluctant from the Department of Lands, from the provincial administration, district administration. I'd like to make a recommendation here, and this recommendation is this. There must be, in the National Lands Department, Native Lands Dealing Division must be created. In the Provincial Lands Division, Native Lands Division must be created. In the District Administration, DDA, through the LLG manager, Native Lands Division must be created. And down to the ward sector, the LLG chairman must create an office for native lands dealing, for us to go and directly deal with it. So there is bottom-up planning, and from the bottom-up planning, it's go to the national government ad hoc. So you see, from the ad hoc down to the village level, it's ad hoc. From the village level to the national government, it's bottom-up. But seeing that the government of Papua New Guinea was very reluctant to give us back our land, I took the initiative to register my land for development, small-scale mining. MTS means that Movo through private security. 3 of my gold fields, I register it, so that my people can get access for small-scale mining, to empower them to have a rural financial autonomy. But government of Papua New Guinea is very reluctant and always very complacent and very neglectful to get the people's rights, address them, and turn them into corporate ventures. It's the people themselves who go out and verify it and come back and run the job creation activities for our small-scale miners using portable machineries. While we get it and we try to sell it to gold buyers here, we are robbed. Robbed because the gold is paid very little amount. And I'm very, very critical about it. The Papua New Guinea government is only there to get the major gold from this extractive concession given companies, while the people who don't have recognition, but they're also contributing to the nation's development, the small-scale miners are totally ignored. So what are you as a committee going to do now? Chair and you 2 associates, what are you 3 going to do now? You're going to turn a blind eye or deaf ears or what? This is the nation's backbone, the rural community. The 80% of the population is there. But how to make them become contributors to the nation development? I'm raising it now. So this land issue, are we going to get it back or what? Or just relinquish it? Because there was I'm talking. Please don't interrupt. There was no, signed document given.
From the chair, I have to interrupt you. Me asking you one plus him.
Go ahead.
Well, you mentioned something about the provincial government, and of course with the decentralization of powers and law lands, you Stop lo golf too or no golf?
Me stop the golf.
Okay.
Me go come.
Is there any lands office in Gulf?
It's there, but it's different.
All right.
You see,
And in the district?
it's different. So you see, your system of government is all different. If since it's different, who are we going to get the legal attention, and who are we going to get administrative attention, and who are we going to get economical advice? None, non-existent. This has been going on for the last 40 years now, or rather 50 years now, through our independence now. We are going to be giving our government what? What sort of president are we going to give to the government? We're going to give them a lot of what? Issues. We don't want that. We want to be stakeholders to develop the nation by contributing effectively in our rural areas, so that people don't run around in Cutomary street doing also crap here. Criminal activities. We are tired of that. Along the highway doing criminal activities while the land is fertile and lying idle there. Because there's no form of mistake by the Russell government was to put 200 million into BSP and 100 million into BSP and 100 million into NDB, which is a mistake. They should have put that money into a bank in Guinea and given local people to access to get money for agriculture, building real estate and whatever. You see, tell Mr. Manabe that he's made the biggest mistake. The nation is not happy.
Philip,
Why did you put the money into these commercial
Philip,
banks?
Philip, what's your issue?
My issue is this. We have no money coming from this land that we gave government, our mission.
Stick to that.
So you see, I'm aware of that. But because we're not getting money from it, we're going to small-scale mining, selling people like Sego. And then we got held up by people on the highway again. You see? So this is something that needs to be looked at. You see, there is no dissemination from the top and then from the bottom up. It's faked. It's dubious. It's fraud. And we are not happy. You see small people trying to make money to support their children for education and paying for housing, good housing and whatever. We got robbed along the way. One of the worst criminal highways, trench highway in Gulf Province and Central Province.
Yes,
we are robbed all the time.
Mr. Mora, you make a very important point there. Your time is, you're
Thank you very much, sir.
limited for time. But if I just want to, if you will let me just, I think you're making some very important points there. I think, and this is what this committee is doing, to take these important views of yours. Very, very important.
Yes.
And we want to thank you. The committee thanks you for your contribution in this regard. You see, the social problems like law and order, all this, and injustices, you've pointed out a few of them. It's actually because of our people being displaced. People are being displaced because up to this point in time in the history of our country's laws have not contemplated or have not prescribed for or recognized our customary way of doing things, including our customary way of existence. You see, and this is why the laws governing land in this country predominantly prescribe more for alienated land. It intends for land to be taken and used for development. That's what they've been telling us all this time. And so what this committee intends to do is to take these views, very important views, these matters of fact you are raising this afternoon. It goes to show the inefficiencies and the shortcomings. And so it's confirming a lot of thinking around this land formalization. So it's important that instead of ILGs, which everybody in this room and even each of you are confirming is causing more problems than good. It doesn't recognize your association to a spatial geographical parcel of land. And therefore, there is no association to now words like title in relation to this geographical space of land. And this is why many of our people, in fact, the entire country is in disarray. and you point out some very important salient issues. There are, and I'll come back to this further comments, but I want to thank you in concluding. We'll move on to our next speaker, and that is Mr. David Sisi, or Dowry ILG. Forgive me if I mispronounce your name.
It's Sisia.
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 Naam.
Firstly, I would like to thank Mr. Chairman, Honorable Kitidu, Honorable Lawyer Boy Samuel, and Honorable Ereman Tobin Jr. for giving me this opportunity. Yes, as representing Dowry ILG, Dowry ILG owns a total area of 2,580.3 hectares up at Sogeri. Now, some of them have been leased by the colonial government, and just recently we just found a document regarding one of them, and it's where the police station, let me give a Sogeri government station, Sogeri Health Center, and staff residential area, Sogeri Market area, and Sogeri Police Station and staff residential area, plus some private dwelling business stores are there. Posting number is 874. Mr. Chairman, this portion 847 was acquired by the colonial administration for 5 years, commencing in 1951. But upon expiration of acquisition, the land was never reverted back to the customary land owners, the Dowry clan of Sogeri. Now, I have with me the LIR report, which shows all the documents for the claim. But as Mipla go through some processes, now talk Mipla lo come back and work him LIR can. So which like acquiring one ILG certificate, but you need the money law work him. Now to you come lo LIR report now and but you need the money law work him. Now just lo one plan Mr. Chairman, Honorable Kitty, we've been asking registry for ILG law and blends department. You ask him how much the ILG got inside law country now. But them talk most of them all come coastal, or some like a Papuans or something like that. But most of all this ILG all got. I mean, all got certificate. ILG certificate no go put in claim. No one sa one all be any process, but almost a kissing money blow. Now so some all highlands. Sorry, no offense. All highlands we all stop now. No got one also just carry one claim blow going to also kissing MY. So me like us as through Loyupla committee, Mr. Chairman. But the committee blue lo na group la gaman blue me lo like you look lo islam meta na rivet him all get state land lease lo colonial times come back and lo or landowners just lo lili guane me write him like a way forward blue me like a compensation mechanism for fair compensation, develop fair compensation mechanism for land that has been leased or used without proper consent. Now this could involve mandatory compensation and swaps or investment in community projects. Now community development and engagement encourage the establishment of agreements between landowners and developers that outline benefits for the community, including infrastructure, education, and health service. big plus something. Capacity building, education, and training. Offer training programs for landowners on land management, negotiation skills, and financial literacy to empower them in these decisions about their land. Community organizing, support the formation of landowners association or cooperative to strengthen their beginning powers and facilitate collective actions. Lo dislapem sem sem by me working mistake we all tumunas blame been working this lam lo correct him now generation na me speak lo but lo future come backside. That's all. Thank you.
David, I want to thank you for this very constructive contribution to this committee. You make a very important point. I think it resounds what earlier comments that were made by Mr. Paul Barker in relation to plantations. The time long will be in relation to the New Guinea Islands, and Honorable Member Tumbaining here is to confirm the plantations were acquired. Parcels of land were acquired for purposes of plantations, and then in recent years, I think maybe the last 10 years, if I'm correct, in the last 10 years or so, when these leases have expired, these lands were given back to the landowners. I think you make a very strong point, and the committee will take note of this suggestion that these purchases, central purchases or claims, if you like, that were converted to state leases, that if they come to the end of that 99 year, the head title really should be reverted subsequent to, subject to appropriate LIRs, land investigation reports, and clan ownership confirmed. Then these titles you are suggesting should go back to, the head title should go to the clans instead of the state.
Yes.
Or whatever you say.
I mean, the landowners.
And then the subleases is substituted to the land use at the time. Obviously, you can't displace these people because some of them have invested, and some of these parcels of land, I think, have state utilities on them. Like in this case, you mentioned our Sogeri police station, policemen's residentials, health facilities. These are land that were acquired or been now utilized for public purposes. Maybe that's a thinking that we could address our mind to and consider, but the committee will take note at this point. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Sisi. You've been very helpful to the committee this afternoon.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chairman. Just add on to what you've mentioned, and because you mentioned New Guinea Islands is in Britain, of course, some land like what Parker said, have mentioned regarding the plantation. Our case in East Britain was different. Like most of the land that was given out to the German New Guinea, our forefathers, like the fathers at the time, negotiate with lands department, and they got back the plantations. And like in here we're talking about ILGs, but in East New Britain they went to cooperative groups, like business group, and they got the land to their portions. The title was given back to the business group into 4 portions allotment. For today, we waited for 49 years, and they are working on some of the plantation now, subdivision, giving back the land to the indigenous people. So, like what the chairman have said, thank you. We take note and thank you for your contribution. I will also, we'll face this in East Britain tomorrow. We're going to Kokopo on Friday, and we will so, answer some questions regarding land. But thank you again through the chair. I just want to say something that through the experience that we're facing, and the subdivision We are now by September, people now will be celebrating with their title. And I have to thank, the Maraperoso government for, again, the support for some of this land that is going back to the rightful owners, which are the indigenous people. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, on that note, I'll invite Mr. Arwal Boko to express his, make his presentation.
Again, good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Honorable Kitidu, Chairman of the Special Parliamentary Committee, Member for Mosby Northwest, Lawyer Boy Samuel, and Member for Kokopo, Honorable Elementoban Jr. I think I'm the last speaker for today, and I'll take my time to go through all my submission, because I have a very special case. Thank you. I represent Kwadumuna Idibana Laurina and Kunina Idibana Laurina. And maybe I've got some family members also here who has also got interest over that land. I've got a submission that I've got a spare copy here that I'm gonna submit to the committee.
How many pages is your submission?
It's about 70 pages.
You will speak to it and you will finish it in.
No, I only
10
have
minutes.
7 pages on my submission,
So
but
you
I have evidence from the colonial administration until the independent state of Papua New Guinea.
Thank you.
That comes up with 70 pages.
That's all right.
But if you can allow me to go through the 7 pages quickly.
Can I kindly ask you to be brief?
Okay.
7 pages, if we read it, might take a while.
Okay.
So be conscious of time. It's now 6 p.m. I'm really grateful that, this is really testimony of the importance of this of the subject that we are discussing. So, Bemanamo. 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. The Motu and Customary landowners from the Hanobada village representing the Guinea Idibana Laurina and Guinea Idibana and Laurina and Kwadumuna Idibana Laurina clans were identified, held as genuine customary landowners in the prescribed areas in the decision of the Commission of Inquiry in 1953. And I've got evidence here. Background of the case, Section 47, Allotment 6, Granville, and its prescribed adjoining area subject of my claim as part of the Government House Reserve. The whole of the Government House Reserve covers the whole area from the former House Champion and extends all the way, includes the current government administration area at Konedobu, having its boundary as the Spring Garden Road, including the beachfront, and covers a total area of 72 acres. And I've got maps attached. The sole purpose of this board was to establish, that's in 1953, and ascertain the ownership of the whole of the Government House Reserve by virtue of native customary rights on the 26th of May 1953, and the board held its decision that while 52.5 acres was bought by the Crown at the time of annexation of Papua, of which 1.4 acres is contained in the encroachment of the Spring Garden Road, the area of 19.6 acres still remains customary land or was never purchased by the Crown. The area covering 19.6 acres when converted equates to 7.9 hectares. Section 47, Allotment 6, Granville, only covers 4.5 hectares. The other remaining area of 3.4 hectares in the location of the mining department and the former sites of the Central Provincial Government offices, education offices, I've got maps attached. We submit that the area in question subject to our compensation claim was not included in the Declaration of National Land under the National Land Registration Act 1977. Confirmed by the senior cartographer Mr. M.J. Salalau in a minute of former Chief Commissioner dated 1st July 2009, and I've got evidence attached.
Thank you.
The total area of portion 62 consists of 72.5 acres of land, which 1.4 acres is contained in the encroachment of the Spring Garden Road. The total area claimed by the native landowners is 19.6 acres, leaving a balance of 51.5 acres in favor of the Crown that we don't question. It's already been declared as state land. The declaration of the national land in Gazette number G 3017 May 1979 has confirmed the total area of 21.73. It refers to the 1886 patches, which is the 51.5 acres declared as Crown land by the Inquiry in 1953. And I've got evidence here. The common law definition of land in its pristine and unsullied form makes a landowner the owner of everything found on the land or attached to it. This definition is also applicable to customary land. In Papua New Guinea, the law is settled as the case of Geita Sebe and others versus the Territory of Papua, 1941-67 CLR 544 illustrates. In recognition of the constitutional right, the Land Act Chapter 45 and the Section 25 agreement before question as to compensation states. And the subsection 1 that the Minister for Lands and Fiscal Planning or its delegate may on behalf of the state into an agreement with the owner of the land, the amount of compensation which the owner will be paid if the state were to compulsory acquire the land within a time set out in the agreement. My conclusion is, as you can note, that it is apparent for the appended copy of the decision of the board, the locality plan, and the law as it stands that the valuation of a customary land is prescribed by applied based on the current market value and on the principle of just and fair compensation. It is also my respectful submission that may ascertain that Section 47 Allotment 6, Granville and the prescribed adjoining areas occupied by the Mining Department and the former Central Provincial Government offices, education offices, still remains as customary land. Therefore, in considering what should be the amount of compensation payable to us, the customary landowners, and in the absence of a proper valuation report, due to your refusal to allow our valuer to make an inspection on our land for the purpose of valuation report, it is my respectful submission the certain factors must be taken into account to arrive at a just and fair compensation. Our customary land has been occupied by the state Crown since 1886 without ever being acquired by the Crown. The Commission of Inquiry found in 1953 the area of claim to be in favor of the native customary landowners if we are to compute the period of occupation by the state of our customary land from the date of the decision of the board. It would be 139 years of state occupation and is to be regarded as past occupational fee for which we are to be compensated. The state has made an improvement since 1953, which includes the official residence of the Governor General, the State House, and several other buildings for staff and other buildings which are to be regarded as structural improvements which form part of our land for the compensation is payable. The land, the subject of claim, is a prime land and situated on the hilltop of the Konedobu Government Administration area just below the Hanobada Bypass Road. The area is which 19.6 acres convert to 7.9 hectares is sharing boundaries along the foothills with Harbour City. The site takes advantage of its beautiful elevation and perfect geographical orientation with the central position that provides a clear, uninterrupted view of the Port Moresby Central Business District, the Basilic Bay and Seaport entrance into the Fairfax Harbour and the Royal Papua New Guinea Yacht Club, and up along the coastal to Hanobada Village and Port Moresby Shipping Dockyard and the Napa Napa Oil Refinery. The airport, all government services and amenities and shopping centers are within easy reach our customary land without any improvements can easily attract 200 to 300 per square meters on the current market value. We, the landowners of Kwararubuna Idibana Laurina and Guinea Idibana Laurina clans, humbly seek your clearance, the Special Parliamentary Committee, if you can intervene on this very serious issue before the independence celebration is conducted. We have been very humble. Motukoita people have been very humble in dealing with land issues, and for that reason, the government takes advantage of that. And it's about time. Our landowners should be properly compensated, and we need fair and just compensation to be given. Just for your records, we had a joint submission. This land is owned by 11 family groups from Kwararubuna Idibana Laurina and Guinea Idibana Laurina. And just for your records, the government, the Lands Department, Finance and Treasury paid one family group, excluding the 10 family groups. That's for Section 47, Allotment 6, where the Governor General is. And for that reason, for your record, Special Parliamentary Committee Chairman and the committee, we had a round table with Governor General's office, and letters were sent to Lands Department. Even I've got evidence here, Prime Minister Honorable James Marape and Deputy Prime Minister Honorable as Minister for Lands and Fiscal Planning have written to Land Secretary to settle the issue. But we're still waiting. If one family group has been paid, Chairman and the committee members, why not the 10 family groups should be treated? Because 11 family groups own the land, not one family group. And there's still other sections, 47 allotment 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 still remaining to be compensated. I take this time, thank you very much, Honorable Kitidu, Chairman, Special Parliamentary Committee, and your two committee members, and the general public who are here today. I've learned something today. I've been in court fighting for my land right for the past 20 years. I left my job. And I've experienced, talking about land tenure, customary land tenure law, the law accepts and the law protects the interest of these citizens of this country. But the system doesn't allow the rightful customary owners to benefit. The law allows us to benefit, but the system doesn't allow us to benefit. So we need your intervention on this. We need political involvement as Special Parliamentary Committee. We really need this committee to intervene, and investigation should be done in some of land cases in Port Moresby City or Motkoitabu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Boko. Thank you for your presentation. I think, again, very informative and very enlightening. Can I also ask for a copy of your documentations? And thank you, sir. I take note of all the other submissions this afternoon, and Mr. Cecilia, I noted that you were reading some of your own personal notes. I think those are very important notes. If you could liaise with our committee secretariat and pass them on to, he's got an email address you can send it to, or just pass it to him, and you can electronically incorporate into the body of the materials that we are collecting throughout this process, because each of you have raised some very important points. Yes. Now, Mr. Arua, your situation sounds quite unique. It's whilst there are some injustices that might appear, these are matters obviously have their own place to deal with through the courts, and you're rightfully there. But as that continues, it raises the issue of the need for government to look into to balance the equation, to see where a mechanism can be set in place and how your indigenous rights are converted into some privilege or some title of interest into the future. So this is the work of the committee, and it's reduced into within the terms of reference. Whatever falls within the terms of reference will be accommodated, and whatever is not or cannot be will have its place. But where my bulk of your narrative and the documentation will obviously inform. This is not a unique situation, whilst it is unique to the injustices, but it's something that is prevalent across the country. We can see just from this engagement and this discussion. So we've come to, our time is now 12 minutes past 6. I want to thank you all for being patient throughout the course of the day. I think it's very, very important that this committee, which is an extension of Parliament, you have actually made presentations to Parliament. And as representatives of the leadership team in the 11th Parliament, through this special parliamentary committee, you have basically addressed the Parliament on these very unique, salient issues. We will take them on board and process this raw data and information within the terms of reference, and hopefully proceed to a crystallized bill. So before August or September, we are very optimistic and hopeful that these views are not in vain. Your sentiments are not shared in vain, and it's not just for show. It is here so that we can incorporate into the material and process into the KPIs that are set for the terms of reference. As I say this, I think in the room also there are people from Surunumu. I acknowledge the presence of Mr. Stephen John, who represents Surunumu landowners. Time has caught up with us and he has excused himself from expressing a view, but it's important to note here, even landowners of this water and power, successive governments we have failed to address this very important issue of benefit distribution. But before that even happens, we need identification of the social unit, and that is the clan. And through the clan, of course, in the absence of any of this, we are coming up with companies, we are coming up with business development groups, we are coming up with associations, we are coming up with ILGs, we are coming up with all manner of groups that the law has drawn out from many other justifications. So the effort here is to create a homogeneous, it's called, the word is homogeneous, a singular structured thinking in broader terms within legislation, so it can inform some of these injustices. It can deal with them. Example, as Mr. Sisia recommends here, and I think justified by Mr. Baka's earlier presentation, and of course confirmed by our member for Kokopo, that when titles acquired over period lapses, I think it's not wrong to recommend that these titles or this land interest be absolved or be renewed, not so much renewed, but converted into clan titles perpetually, and then the sub-interest or sub-leases be leased to continue the service or you continue the land interest. So any future rental should go to the clans, and that should apply that should be the thinking around most of the urban centers and peri-urban areas, and even into agricultural projects and oil and gas. So your land, our land should always be held by the clan. This is the thinking that we should be promoting. This is our indigenous thinking. This is what written law should be prescribing or expressing. That way we do not leave our people behind. Everybody is growing together economically. not just some who are educated and not just some who are executives of a ILG or a business group, but everybody benefits. Right now we are trying our very best, and I think this committee will employ its best endeavors to bring out the best in each of these presentations, so we find a uniform structure through legislation, through law. So we are not left, and we do not continue this injustice into the future. With that, I want to thank members of the committee, Honorable Lawyer Boy Samuel and Honorable Herman Tobining Jr., the attendees today who have been very patient with us. It's now very much past 6 p.m. and the country that we love, this is our home. We will never, and we were born here, we will die here. We create an architecture in the law into the future for our children and our children's children. It's a very big undertaking, and I am grateful to each of you for your constructive presentation and submissions today. And may you all be blessed as you return to your homes. You have contributed gratefully to this country, and I do not express these thoughts lightly. Thank you very much, and that brings us to the conclusion of our Port Moresby consultations.